DragonCast. 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 Flames of sound, Lavistro wakes in the underground. Cyber Dragon host seizes the helm. Dive into the forbidden lore of virtual realms. Welcome to DragonCast. Fire-breathing worms screaming loud.
Lavistro's here to shake the crowd.
Psychotic dragon ready to ignite.
Hold on tight.
We're taking flight. DragonCast. Gate to Goonagate, tribes spew their hate. Unethical urinalists face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire-breathing worms
screaming loud.
Lavistro's here to
shake the crowd.
Psychotic dragon ready to ignite.
Hold on tight.
We're taking flight. DragonCast. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest's eye, a cyber storm. Kara scouts the indie scene. Dash hits the front, sharp and lean. Bo brings the lens of a Gen X soul, while Hattie's energy is on the roll.
Denuvo Fails, corpus not burning down. Gamer cake is the talk of town. Milestones reach, new games ignite.
Gaming's news with a dragon bite. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
And we're live, everyone, and hello. Welcome to another edition of DragonCast. Hattie is actually having some emotional issues after finishing Pragmata last night's stream, so he's not going to be here today. And, well, everyone's favorite Neko boy that I like to pick on, Dash, is on vacation, you know, because you can only take so much dragon shit before you're going to snap. So he's on vacation.
We get vacations? That wasn't in the EULA.
I'm on a permanent vacation.
Extended.
Yes. So welcome everybody. Well, the chat is quiet today, but that's fine. Fine. I see how it is. We worked so hard to announce it and no one shows up. Yeah. Karish, what was it your girlfriend said? Dragons link, please, right? In your server. And I sent a link. She hearts it, shows a dragon emoji. And even she's not here, like the views show 0. So yeah, I guess we're not that interesting, which is fine. We don't do it just for the wealth.
You know why they're not here? They're all playing Subnautica 2 right now. Probably.
Or they're probably seeking therapy right now after seeing two teens kiss as a mini game. But we'll go over that later. But since no one wants to say hello to you guys, I guess I will do it. Bo, how you doing, buddy?
All right. Doing my thing. You know, I've been on Conan Exiles. I try to play other games, but then my mouse just clicks by itself. Conan Exiles.
Hey, everyone's got that game that they're obsessed with.
You would think one would say you need to have an exorcism done, but there's not really a detriment to that happening.
Yeah.
But here's what's funny. I relate to him in a way because when I got my piece, when I switched from console to PC, Skyrim was out, and
Mhm.
there wasn't a lot of games that I could play originally or was aware of that had dragons in it. And yeah, technically they're wyverns, but I would play Skyrim modded for up until Phasmophobia came out.
Yeah.
So that's like at least 5 years. Then I learned how to look things. I think this is a game. This game is awesome. Why didn't I hear about it? And then it was like, what other games are there to play? So speaking of knowing what other games are there to play, Karis, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I have been surprisingly busy the last couple days. Subnautica came out. Subnautica 2 came out. I had to start getting ready for next week. I scrambled a video out at the last moment out of pure frustration, just because there's a lot going on right now. It's like, you know the old adage, like terrible things happen in threes. Well, the opposite's true. Amazing things can happen in threes or more. And we had a bunch of games come out all around the same time as Subnautica 2, and I'm looking at everything just kind of like, the hell do I do? No, this is great. I love it. It's wonderful.
Yes, we had. I mean, I was even having problems when I was arranging my notes of what to feature, what not to feature for upcoming games and stuff. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just use all my notes. We'll just clear it all. But yeah, so for everyone else, today is a very interesting day for hello, Lord Dragneel. DragonCast, because we're gonna have a conversation of what makes a game. If you've listened to the tweet, I point out that journalists are getting roasted for praising a movie, whereas it gets roasted by a Japanese dead over cherry blossoms, and haters tried and failed to stop the Subnautica hype. So today's conversation is what makes a game, and we're going to discuss that today. Starting with, as soon as Karis is ready, because I was stalling for him.
Yep, sorry, I was doing multiple things.
No fishing today. Well,
are you telling us no fishing, or like, is that a threat?
Are you saying that I shouldn't be a Christian and profess my faith as a fisher of men? Like, I need details. Are you saying no Subnautica? Don't play Subnautica today, because that's not going to happen. I'm addicted. But anyways, you know what else since you can't go fishing today, you know what you can do? Have a little Okay, so Guerrilla Games founder Arjan Brussy, a longtime Epic Games veteran who previously served as the global director of product management for Unreal Engine, is developing the Immense engine. That's very creative. The new engine is made in the Netherlands as a European choice instead of Unreal Engine or Unity, and follows all EU rules. That's not a good idea. And keeps data inside Europe. The Immense engine introduces a new native AI integration from the outset. Bussy explains that the AI agents can fundamentally change devs' work with small teams, making games faster. It will be used for video games and also 3D simulators like Mixtape in areas like defense and logistics. Yeah, because that's such a good idea. The project announced today via Dutch podcast interview is still in early development.
So 5 years out.
Yeah, that was interesting. Didn't read the full thing. I was like, oh, new engine. We'll cover that. So there's my reaction to that already.
This won't fly. This will not fly. No one is going to use this thing, except this is going to be like the Pro Tools of game engines. Mm-hmm. Only people deep within the industry, like deep within the film industry, use Pro Tools. Yeah. Everyone outside the film industry hates Pro Tools. And I know because I learned on Pro Tools.
Yeah. But I think it also reminds me of when people get upset over Rumble. Like YouTube, the YouTube contenders of Rumble, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at it, everyone's leaving Rumble. And then there's Kick. Kick at least doesn't try to say we are the Twitch killer or the YouTube killer. they're just there. Which
Yeah.
I like Kick better, except for when they try to tell me they can help me get more viewers. The chat bots.
Yeah. That
all
doesn't
I
make
ever
them
got.
special.
Twitch. That's why I stopped streaming to Twitch.
Oh yeah, every stream on Twitch, there's that one bot that go to this place and you'll get 5,000 concurrent view. Please,
That
Yeah,
happens on
somewhere
Kick
else.
too.
Try
That's
to
the
get
problem.
you in private
And Rumble.
Discord to steal your money.
Yeah.
And Rumble. But if you want people to, if you don't want your money stolen, or if you want to just have your money thrown away, I'll take your money. Just letting you know there. I'm the world's only VTuber that can show his himself in all his birthday suit without any help or any restrictions. But there's in other unrelated news, because I didn't have a way to tie this in. Chris Stetson, VP and head of 2 to 3P content ventures and strategic initiatives at Sony Interactive Entertainment, recently praised the fast progress being made by game developers in China and South Korea. Oh, is that the? Well, that's
This was
awkward.
the second one.
That's awkward. Hold on, let me check it because I made that was supposed to be later.
Oh,
Hold on, let me make sure what happened here.
it's fine, people. It's fine. It says South Korea.
Yeah, it says South Korea, but did I mix this up?
Yeah, this is the California one. It's as interesting, but it's California.
Yeah,
one.
go to the next one. Then we'll come back to this.
Flip them. Okay.
Yeah.
What?
I'm checking the next link afterwards.
You didn't
Yeah,
grab the
I accidentally lost that. But if for those who don't know, basically, he was praising the East for good being able to pump out games fast that were what people wanted and focused on the market. And I wanted to share that, and then my dumbass messes it all up. All right. However, this is probably the other one. Kevin Levine, the creator of BioShock, recently shared his views on the new gaming hardware and pointed out the upcoming Nintendo Switch 2 and Valve's new Steam engine are not big technological jumps. Now, before you go jumping down his throat, let's hear him out. Look at, say, the Switch 2 and even a new Steam machine coming out. Those are not massive technological upgrades. That wasn't their strategy. I think people are realizing we're hitting a bit of diminishing returns with that. The reason why he's saying that is he explained that his team avoids the ultra realistic graphics because it is expensive and does not age well, preferring stylized art that lasts longer, like in BioShock. Now, BioShock has stylized art, yes, but it's stylized realism. So it still has your realism, but it's stylized. That's why it ages so well. I'm going to point that out.
Yep.
It's not stylized. No, the creator's talking about stylized realism. That's what he uses. If you have stylized to stylized realism, people are going to play your game. I still play the old PS1 Spyro. And that's blocks. Like the polygons are horrible compared to the graphics.
You can count the polygons on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
He believes real innovation comes from strong stories, artistic choices, and meaningful player decisions. Oh, so you need to have meaningful player decisions. They can't just let the game play itself. Okay, rather than raw power or just auto walking. And his new game, Judas, uses this approach. Oh, that sounds cool. Similar to the success of Baldur's Gate 3. If you had the right art director and the right approach, you don't need to be on the cutting edge of technology all the time.
That is reasonable.
So many games that fit that description. But now we also got some Stop Killing Games news.
Yes.
The video game industry is lobbying against Stop Killing Games. California is considered a new law, AB 1921, also known as Protect Our Games Act. If passed, the bill would apply to digital games sold after January 1st. It requires that if a company shuts down the online services needed to play the game normally, it must give players 60 days notice. I'll scroll down a little bit because I'm going to skip through because I know a lot of people probably already know this. I already covered it. However, the ESA, the main group representing the video game companies in the United States, is lobbying against the bill. Their arguments are basically the usual ones. Games are licensed, not owned. Now, on this one, because I know people are going to try to defend this, if you are a fan of the NFL, let's say you're a fan of, and no one is, the Philadelphia Eagles, but you're a fan, so you buy a Philadelphia Eagles jersey that says on it, officially licensed product. That shirt is a license. It's literally is a physical license. Games, before they were digital, were physical licenses. If you don't believe me, go look at any Nintendo likes to let you know. It's a big gold star-like seal that says official Nintendo licensed product. Licensed product.
Do I have one? Aha! I do.
Should say it on. It's either that or that. Else. It depends on what the seal is. Because if it's the cartridge,
It's I gotta check it out.
the cartridge might say quality seal. But
It's
usually
tiny, but it's there right in the bottom.
I think that's the quality seal one. Because there is
Yeah.
that.
This used to mean something.
Yeah. Used to. Online services are complicated, yet they make online games. Third-party licenses expire. And we're going to go over into that one later. Security risks exist. This could be hard or expensive to enforce. Yet, no one, it wasn't hard for them to enforce physical. But anyways, supporters of the bill, including Stop Killing Games campaign, say that this basic customer protection, because when you buy a game, it should not suddenly stop working with no remedy. The bill gives companies clear options and applies to future games. A hearing is scheduled for this Thursday in the California Assembly Appropriations Committee, which go to the next one. I think it's the next one.
Oh, the next link. Okay.
Yeah. Because the next few links are all about this stuff. The industry is lobbying against, which he points out, the industry is lobbying against stopping games, ESA, California's Protect Act, with the usual arguments. Games are licensed expensive. But you can go ahead and, the reason I showed it is you go ahead and show what he's sharing here. That little text. The image of the text. Yeah, that's their official argument. So you can, if you're watching on YouTube Shorts or watching it right now and you want to, go ahead and pause. You can read all that yourself because I already gave the highlights. But we got some news about that I was actually surprised about. Just like I was surprised California did something so based. They were based again. I think this next one is going to tell you why. Don't use this one. Use the fourth one, the one at the line. Because I realized I copy pasted the link twice. That's why we had the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw my derp.
Damn it. Hang on. Copied the wrong thing. I hope I got the right one.
And for those who don't know, yes, Karis is DragonCast's version of that Asian girl. X-ray girl.
Okay, so not Vanna White. All right.
Yeah, no. California lawmakers took a big step for video game players on May 14th. A group in the state assembly voted to advance the bill, meaning the full assembly will now vote on it soon. The bill named Protect Our Games Act was introduced by the assembly member Chris Ward. And I'm going to point out here, because someone's going to probably snipe this one anyways in the chats, either in the shorts version or in the later on. Yes, we get it. Chris Ward is woke as shit. We all know he's a Democrat. But you know what? I don't care. If he's going to defend the games, because no Republican's going to do it, I'm going to acknowledge that. I don't care who does the right thing. I acknowledge who did the right thing. This is the right thing to do, and I will acknowledge it regardless of your party. If it becomes law, it would apply only to new games after the January 1st, 2027. And to let y'all know, this is a state law. If you want it federal, you need to talk to your congressmen and congresswomen. And I will mention, even if I hate that individual, I will mention, good job, they did something right. Before shutting down servers, this is what the law will imply. Before shutting down servers, companies must notify players at least 60 days in advance. They must then provide one of three options: an offline version, playable forever, a free patch allowing play without the company's servers, or a full refund. A full refund.
This makes sense.
I guarantee you they're going to go and do the patch or switch it to an offline. Or it's either way, the first two options is going to be a patch because they ain't going to want to refund all that money.
Nope. The interesting thing that the ESA argued it's going to screw over a lot of advertising already when they say this is licensed software, not a static product. Why am I putting money into it then? If I'm going to rent something, if GTA 6 is a licensed piece of software, not a static product, I'm not interested. Why would I put money into something like that for 10 years just to have it shut down? Oh, you got the experience? Fuck the experience. I want it when I want it. And if I can't get it when I want it, I don't want it all.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Hey, guess what, Karis? Just so you know, board games, like Monopoly, that's just an experience, dude.
A bad one.
Yeah. Mancala, the world's oldest game, that's just an experience. They didn't play it to have fun. It was just they just had an experience.
I want them to use that when they sell the remastered version of Pong.
Yeah. Which they pretty much did. But we got some more news.
Denuvo Fails.
Subnautica news now out in early access just before launch. Someone leaked an unfinished version of the game online. I think it's the wrong one. I think I reversed. Shit. We'll just go with this one because they're both basically the same. So someone there's an unleaked version online, and Subnautica 2 has no Denuvo. It has no DRM that I saw in anywhere, shape, or form. I could be wrong, but I didn't see anything, and I'm one that looks for that. But the lead designer, Anthony Gallegos, has addressed the issue of piracy following the game's early access. I cannot condone piracy. I like him already, but I get why people do. Just to be clear, pirates are going to do their thing. We were all kids once. Money and economy are very hard. I get it. Gallegos clarified his main frustration was not with piracy itself, but with those who openly boasted about illicit copies in the official Discord server. So, like, for example, if piracy isn't owning, piracy is stealing, or something like that. Whatever. I can't remember the notched phrase. People took that thing out of context to justify piracy. But anyways,
yeah,
it wasn't the piracy that bothered me. It was when the people who blatantly walked in here and waved it in the face of the people who were playing it legitimately. He also addressed misconception about his personal wealth. I'm very much not a millionaire. I don't own a home. I rent. Gallegos added that the team just wanted the best launch possible for our people. Despite the issues, the game has sold over 2 million copies with strong concurrent player numbers on Steam. And with that being said, it's time to make fun of the AAA empire.
Roma Ardet knocked the house.
Yeah, she's back, ladies and gentlemen. She is back with the news lesbian hair. She stated she was working on a gaming industry for the shoutouts and has attended the last GDC. The next victim of the devs behind Claire Obscure Expedition 33 in the absolute state of the French. Saving Ball is at its peak. Now, could you highlight the one with the devs? I want to point out, because this is going to come up a lot with us at one of our main topics about how things are framed and people try to attack certain things or make certain claims. Look at look at this. The way she's positioning herself, it shows you the body language tells a lot. She comes over to say, "Hey, I heard you won an award. Congratulations!" And they show it off. They don't know who that lady is, right? They probably
not.
But she's doing that network and look at me. She is so toxic and she knows it. She can't do traditional networking. She just kind of like air quotes here photo bombed so she can get looks like she's friends with the devs. That's what I'm seeing. Now, if Claire Obscure doesn't know who she is and still works with her and then find out about her, yeah, that's on them. Like with Slay the Spire, I'm going to mention. There's another rumor that Humble Bundle is still funding her, but Humble Bundle has not funded her since 2023 because her hotline thing from 2020 got shut down. They used the Women Make Games. I forget what it's called. It's like something about women in games thing that they do all the time, every year, which is what she was a winner of in 2023. The current Women Makes Games went to the Women Makes Games Scholarship Fund, 100%, and this was back for 2026. But that's people are saying she's still linked to that. I'm like, she's not even associated with that. A simple Google search and double check your sources would have said that out there, because yeah, it is. Since they both won the award and you're using Google AI to search it, this is what I'm assuming. That's what people are going to start thinking. But yeah, no, she's back, and well, she's failing to get relevance. So I don't think we need to cover that too much unless you guys want to give your thoughts.
I have a hilarious thought, a perspective. The developers of Clay Obscure, they're in Europe, right? They're like France. She's holding up the peace sign, which over in Europe has a different meaning entirely. In fact, in some countries is an insult.
In Arabia, we were told don't hold the peace sign because it meant this equivalent to our middle finger.
Yeah, because I forget the entire backstory, but it used to have something to do with like thieves or archers would have their fingers cut off as penance for whatever they did. And for those who did, they basically would hold up as saying like, screw you, I got my fingers left, up yours. So it kind of, it became the middle finger.
Maybe it was
so for her, what's that?
It was intentional because, AI art accusations, AI is theft. Now you made me just think about that because I forgot about that. What that that means in France and stuff. So I was like,
Yeah, I just think it's hilarious. Like, not only does she not have, she knows what she's doing. She is an absolute troll. She knew that by taking a photo with these people and posting it online, she'd cause the JTs and the Hypnotics and everyone to lose their mind and their heads to explode. She is a troll.
Yeah.
She went from being an activist to now being a troll, and it's working.
Well, it still shows her mindset. Her mind mentality has not changed one bit since Gamergate, which is to be an opportunist.
Yeah, she's redirecting the meaning, but she knows how to use strategy to get a reaction. So that hasn't changed. Yeah.
Every game she's worked on, like people say she worked on AAA games. I found no AAA games she worked on. She has advised and well, I wouldn't say advised like the way like Clint Blair did. She has held lectures for AAA studios, but she has advised a lot of AA and indie studios, which I tell people like you have no idea what this woman does when people weren't paying attention. But every game she touches tends to flop, like.
I was going to say something. I'll wait.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I've been to enough lectures. You take a handful of notes and you ignore the rest of it.
I ignore all of it when a woman speaks. I'm just pointing that out there. But according to estimates from Alenia Analytics, and this is something I want y'all to notice here, Ceros is selling slower than Returnal. Some are saying that the slower sales are due to roguelike shooters remaining a niche genre, while others point to the $70 launch price. It's definitely not because of the whole NTR true ending. But notice that even Pirate Nation doesn't mention that at all. They're saying, oh, it's a $70 launch price, yet people buy $70 games. Oh, it's the roguelike shooters, yet people buy roguelikes. But the sales, remember the 300,000 copies, right? That was at the initial launch of the game, right? It could be still selling. But once the true ending came out that he gets cucked or NTR, right?
Mm-hmm.
It caused such a controversy. Suddenly has not officially released yourselves as of May 12th, but people are noticing these are the estimate copies. It's not doing so well after, and this was after the true ending came out.
I like how it says some say what you talk to two people. Are some just the two people that you happen to follow to? Maybe send some DMs that say, "Oh, it's due to roguelike shooters." And it's like, who are the some? Pirate
I
Nation?
guarantee it's journalists or pony boys. Because they don't want to admit that there's NTR. The pony boys, Sony guys, they need a win. They need a win. Yes, Sony itself is doing well, but its PlayStation titles haven't been doing so well. And if they admit, and I mentioned this before, if they admit that it didn't do so well because of the NTR situation, then they'd have to admit that there's something wrong with PlayStation's narrative design in their games. That has been a problem for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of narrative problems, this is where it gets fun. Go ahead.
I hope I have the right one.
Remotely interesting.
You have some notes here. I hope I've grabbing the right one.
Yeah. Make sure if scroll up to 10, scroll up because there's the full.
Oh.
Okay, there you go. Stop right there.
There
So for those who don't know, Mixtape gets 5K reviews despite 500 to 600 in game with all-time peaks of 2K in 1 week. Maybe the journalists and posters overhyped in interactive media. Maybe the gamers know the difference between a game and a visual novel. In either event, having the 5th richest man in the world failed to get this game hyped. So what we're seeing here is if you scroll up again a little bit more, right? They're roasting the studio. We heard some people say, and we're going to cover that later. So scroll down because we're going to come back to that later. Scroll down. All right. Go back up just a little bit. A little bit
down,
so I can see what's right there. 5K reviews. It barely peaks at that number, and most. No, up. A little bit more. Just we want to see what that guy says. No, a little bit more.
That guy
right there. Yeah, maybe Daddy's money can fuel the fire for a long time, but not forever. Nobody will buy this virtue signaling psyop. Not even the demographic you made for. Nobody supports slot. Numbers never lie. And then it got responded with 5K reviews is actually pretty good for an indie game. So thanks for letting us know what people love it and have good sales, even though there's 45 less than 500 people in the game. Now scroll down to the last part. This is the finisher. 5K reviews, it barely peaks at that number, and most of those reviews didn't even play the full 3 hours at all. So he said, that's how they say 5K reviews, right? All-time peak was 2,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to own the game, own and play the game to leave a review.
Now, you can buy the game. I want to let people know something about CDB before someone says this is a cover up. No, you can buy the game and review it, right, without playing the game. They'll let you know how many hours you have on record, 0 hours. We've covered negative review and positive review bombs for someone played 0.1 hours or 0.01 hours. And we said, that's literally just the main menu and popping back out. Right. Or it'll tell you the player owns this game. So that doesn't cover everyone who owns the game. It's just how many people, the peak number of players that have played. But as you can tell, those numbers go down. So 3-hour game, right? Can't get a peak, and word of mouth is not helping.
I'm hijacking for a moment.
Oh no, we're gonna cover this. No spoilers. We're gonna cover that. Don't worry. Karis, Bo already knows, but Karis, you should know by now. When I like to twist the knife and be snarky. Oh, mixtape. Ooh, like I'm trying to be careful because I don't want the 5th richest man in the world coming after me or sending the Pinkertons after me or some no militia type group. But yeah, that reminds me. Because what do you mean about Mixtape? Well, Mixtape not only has the 5th richest band in the world, but has received government funding. Just came out. I found this out today.
We going to the next one?
Yes.
Okay.
Watch it be the wrong one. I'm like, damn it. Nope. Okay. Mixtape, the industry plant game accused of review inflation, received a 90,000 Australian dollars in public funding from Vicstream, an agency of the Victorian state government in Australia. Despite its short playtime and flop Steam player count, it has earned widespread high review scores, including IGN's 10 out of 10, alongside with praise from many journalists and influencers alike, which we're going to go over them. For example, PlayStation got community noted in the most gamer way. PlayStation says weekend plans, turn up the volume, and hang out with some friends. The community note says the post is muted, even if even off. You turn up the volume, you can't hear anything. Wow, I hope that was English as a second language. You cannot hear anything.
You can't hear. That's good. That is good.
Yep. But you know what's even better, Karis? Is there a lot of journalists are trying to defend the honor and integrity of this game, including someone who probably should have lied low.
Oh, yeah.
Dean Kakashi, the journalist who couldn't get past Cuphead's tutorials, tries defending mixtape and fails.
Hang on, we gotta look at this a bit.
Yeah, mixtape is awesome. Now check that. Yeah, who was the journalist that failed Cuphead tutorial? Dean Kakashi. You see, back in 2017, Kakashi, the lead writer for the popular game Beats, uploaded this 26 video of himself failing again, 26 minutes, failing again and again at just passing the tutorial. The gameplay was so bad that it almost seemed like a joke. This is AI. This is an AI response. This is like the Google AI response. Okay, so even the AI notes, like, you know how AI is, they like to hedge things. They don't like to be snarky. They're programmed that way. So this is hedging Dean Takashi. I hate to figure out what would happen if the AI was being snarky. Now look at the comments.
Oh boy.
Even Asmongold has covered that, the whole thing. Everyone, like, even if you go to the actual journalist page itself, he is getting eaten alive in the comments. Like, this you, like, he like, that's the video right there. That's his gameplay video. It's a GIF. It's so bad. It's a GIF.
It is now immortalized forever.
Yeah, he should have just lied low. Like, when he realized his failure at Cuphead, he should have just found a different job. Like going back to writing Karen's name on cups at Starbucks, where he came from. I don't know if he really did, just saying. But if you think that's bad, Basta would like to let you know that playing mixtape is like playing Mortal Kombat. No. What?
So what was
try the other one?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he got community noted. This is responsible for that infamous Cuphead video. Here we go. This is the right one. So that's another derp on my end. Playing the kissing section of mixtape is like it's Mortal Kombat. Now, please pause that. No one wants to see it. Now,
finish her. Wait, what?
here's one thing I'm going to point out. Remember Pouty?
Yeah.
She was playing this in one of the servers on Discord, right? And stream sharing it. So I was watching it with her, and she points out that you get an achievement for playing this mini game for 1 minute.
You can last a minute and get an achievement?
She was trying to get that thing to pop. I was like, why are you torturing me here? Just move. It's like, no, there's an achievement for it. So if I'm going to play this game, I'm going to at least get all the achievements for it. And here's one thing I'll point out. The game is a walking sim that autoplays itself, right? Like, there's so many clips of that. Okay.
Yes.
But that's one of the mini games. That kissing thing is one of the mini games you actually play. Okay. Now, give you some. If you can't put two together, let me put it in a different way. You're a teenager kissing another teenager.
Racist.
Yeah, teenagers. I'm not going to say pedogate or anything like that, but I'm going to say put that into context that you're playing a kissing game with teenagers, not adults, teenagers. Not to mention the whole thing was a fucking not even 90s. But yeah.
Who is the CEO of this stupid organization? It's not going to tell us, is it?
No.
Okay.
It never does. But they got struck last year by the unions and the SAG-AFTRA unions, and no one covered that. But I did. Just putting it out there. But it brings up an interesting pattern in reviews, especially like IGN.
Yeah.
Did you manage to watch that video yet?
No, I'm
No,
terrible.
I didn't think so. So I tried. I waited patiently because I want to mention DragonCast because I covered it.
I'm terrible.
I mentioned that journalists like IGN, they don't want to play games. They want to cover this is why everything's all cinematics. They want the cinematic experience. So yeah, they're going to give. Well, for example, here Part Nation points out it's the ugly women that gets the 9 out of 10s. That's fair. That's true, right? There's the political narratives in there. But they also want things they can cover easily. They don't want to cut, like, for example, Marathon, people say it was mediocre. The gamers said it was mediocre. And what did the gamers call Lollipop Chainsaw? Amazing. An amazing remaster. The only thing I would say does not invert here is Dragon Age of Velgard.
Yeah.
Everyone said Crimson Desert was fucking amazing, but there was no gamer that said Dragon Age of Velgard was okay. It flopped so fucking hard. And now here's the thing. Let this sink in. Mixtape is so bad, right? It failed to get the hype it needed, failed to get over 2K players. That Velgard was more successful than it. Because gamers were saying in Bo, I think Bo was playing it one time. Stellar Blade was a masterpiece, yet for journalists who are the experts said it was good. You let me know who's the actual gamer. It was so inverted.
I have a conspiracy theory about Mixtape. I've been thinking about this for a few days. I think this is the entire marketing strategy was intended to make the publisher look good on the quarterly reviews in an effort to possibly get money down the road. Because nothing about this seems like it should have actually happened the way it did. There was a lot of, clearly money was exchanged. Gifts were handed out. This should not have happened for a 3-hour game. People are pointing to this is exactly what journalists want. No, I think this is all business related. I think this was an effort to make the publisher look good. Like, yes, look, here our quarterly lineup. Look, we had this game came out. It was all 10s. Journalists loved it. It's amazing. Don't pay attention to the fact that there's only 500 people and it flopped in sales, but we got good reviews on it. Give us money. I think that's what it really is.
I think so too, but at the same time, if it's a game that you can easily, like, if it's not political, right? If there's not the politics coverage that they want, if it's easy to play, meaning they don't have to do much to play it to analyze any mechanics. That's why, like, for example, I told you about the IGN article for Subnautica. Only 20% was about the story, but if you actually look, that's the part that got the most praise. All the gameplay was, what played down. It was like, it's got this gameplay, but it's always had it, right? Like it wasn't analyzing the gameplay mechanics, but when we played it, we could tell there was it was the same mechanics, but there was also a bit more polish and a bit more features to the gameplay mechanics from Subnautica to Subnautica 2.
So with Subnautica 2, like we won't, a lot of us went through it the same time and we had to put up with those long, I'm not going to say cutscenes, but those audio logs, and people like Skytex were like, shut up, that's so damn long. I think that they must have started those logs and they just stepped back and let the audio play, and that's how they gauged it. They weren't even playing the game. They were just letting the audio log play as their screen was still.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, also, Subnautica 1, right? And I can see where some people get upset with this, but yeah, it still was a good game. When you play Subnautica 1, you get the story, right? The ship crashes and you're trying to survive, and you realize when you wake up in a pod, oh shit, there's nothing but water here. And how do you survive? You don't know what to do first. There's nothing holding your hands. Yep. You just got to figure it out, which if you play games, right, it kind of tells you go grab this rock here, just interact with these objects. Like that's the key part of all games that makes games great is you interact. Once you start interacting, the story unfolds. And it also shows you that it also helps with the immersion of the chaos of I just survived I'm probably the only right now on this ship of millions, if not thousands of people, right, that crashed into the ocean. I'm probably the only survivor. What the fuck do I do? You don't know what's going on. You're trying to figure it out yourself. So it adds to that immersion. But over time, Subnautica gives you the story, right?
Yes.
Over time. Here, and I'm not spoiling anything because you'll see it in the first few minutes here, you are kind of told what's going on. And it still has the same linear progression, the same gameplay story, but the story's more polished because there's a clear reason why you're there in the first place. It tells you there's a purpose for you here. Every Subnautica story was different, and every Subnautica story was great, yes. But it was the mechanics and the uniqueness of that survival mechanic that made it good. But you know what else I'm going to point out of IGN? There's another game that had more choices than Mixtape. And it was bad. Pepsi Man was a game where choices matter and failure is impossible. People don't realize you don't have to play it if it's causing you problems. But this game actually had choices. Look, you go left, you go right, you can choose to grab that Coke or not, Pepsi or not. You can slide underneath the Pepsi truck. Player interaction mattered.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is very much like PS1, PS2.
Mm-hmm. I think it's PS2 era. But this had more choices for gamers than Mixtape. And consequences. There were consequences for your choices.
Captain Jackhammer.
But going back to your theory, right? Annapurna Interactive is trying to spin the non-game controversy as a delist over licenses. They're trying to say that the controversy is about their music licenses.
That this one.
Yeah. Oh, nope, that's not it. Did we lose it? Hold on.
Want the second one? Oh yeah, that.
Hold on. No, that's right. I jumped ahead. Journals like Tony Polacco, the senior staff writer for Tom's Guide, can't stand the heat and tries to double back in highs getting roasted. So here he says, imagine if gamers actually played video games instead of spending all day complaining about them on social media. And which I quote, because I like mine. Imagine if this guy knew the difference between a game and an interactive media instead of crying that gamers won't acknowledge his VN gamer status. Go to the next one.
Yeah.
Because later on he goes and says this. Oh, he deleted it.
No, hang on, they might have stacked. Yeah, they stacked.
Yeah. Well, that's what I got for dipping a toe in the mixtape drama. Hilarious that people think I'm defending it when I dislike the genre. I'm going to question talking about a game that isn't made for you. Gonna mute this post. Basically, he's crying and bitching that, he made an opinion, got blasted for it, and now he starts saying, I didn't even like the game genre, bro. That's not my opinion. No, not me saying it. Everyone went after him for his opinion. So, yeah, no. Now, if you click on him, if you click on his little thing, he's the senior staff writer for Tom's Guide.
Huh.
Yeah. We all know what Tom's Guide is, right?
We used to.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
Well, for those who don't know, Tom's Guide is basically a tech site. But
interesting.
Yeah. But go back to his page. Look at his profession. Journalist. Right down there. See?
That's missing a Y.
Yeah.
Missing a Y.
But he got all salty. He covered Sutton. Like, let's put it this way. He's a journalist. He's supposed to cover these things, right? Especially with Tom's Guide. He's covering tech, right? gives his opinion on mixtape, right? It's caught and saying gamers should focus on playing games, not bitching and complaining. Now he's complaining that he got called out for his stupid bullshit as a VN genre fan. And I don't care if that's true or not. I'm saying the only way I could think of people defending this as a game are people who think visual novels where you just press skip and it automatically plays all the way through the end, game over. You got all the achievements just by hitting the skip button once. Yeah. Those people defend VNs as a game. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some games that play like VNs that have actual gameplay. Like, don't get me wrong. But people try to say every VN is a game. No, it's more of a digital choose your own adventure. But yeah, so he has that problem. But then you have posers inadvertently admit they are not gamers defending this game. Joseph Moran. Gamer, I believe he's an influencer. Gamers, when they see IGN give a game that doesn't involve a ball or a gun, a 10. Now, let's go to my response. He gets attacked in the comments. You can find it yourself. He goes, "You'd be right if this was a game. It literally plays itself like an interactive film. But thanks for acknowledging you're not a gamer. Who knows the difference between a game and an interactive? Hard to rate something that's a 10 game when it barely meets the requirements." Now, what I mean by that? Well, I made a video on it for one, so you could watch that video. But he says, go back up, note how he says gamers. He doesn't say people. He doesn't say players.
Yeah.
He says gamers. And by saying gamers, he's not including himself. Okay? Just pointing that out there. Notice how, like, when I say posers, I'm not talking about myself. I'm saying people who I view as fake gamers, right? When I say tourists, I'm saying fake gamers. When I say gamers, I usually tend up saying we gamers, or gamers like myself, or gamers in general, right? And it usually shares my ideals. Here, this doesn't share his ideals because he believes it should be a 10. He's subconsciously admitting that he's, in my personal view, way he wrote his words, he's not a gamer. He just plays games for content. And there's a lot of people that do that too.
What's his most recent?
No, that's from February 20th. It's pinned. Scroll down. I totally get it for GTA 6. For starters, they don't need it. Lessens the risk of leaks. Yep. He's only talking about AAA games, which is basically the popular games, right? Casuals go for the popular games. What's trending? What's in, right? Gamers will play a game because they love the game. And he's also a pony boy, I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
I'm not going to keep going. This is partially. I'm getting some like reminiscent of Dear Esther. Dear Esther pissed off a lot of people when it came out. Total Biscuit was asking questions like he asked a question you did years ago. What makes a game? And he actually like had footage of the game in the background as he just rambled for 30 to 45 minutes. But instead of going into the discussion of what makes a game, instead half of everyone is being gaslit into the why don't you like this? Because it's kind of not interesting. Like mixtape should have just been an indie game. If it were an indie game, no one would be having any kind of discussion or debate or anything. It would have had its own little niche thing. But the fact that it was shoved up to the top and a handful of us said, what? Is suddenly what is causing us to be gaslit as though we're the problem. Which, again, I'll reiterate, I think mixtape is a business decision snuck out as a video game. But no one wants to talk about the fact that they might have been like all these journalists that are giving 10s probably don't realize that they're all doing this shit in favor of a company that just wants to get better numbers on their Q. What are we in Q2? Their Q2 or Q3. That's all they really care about. They don't even care about whether or not the game is good or bad. They just need the numbers to look good so they can make a big old spreadsheet on their Excel or their PowerPoint so they can say yes, yay us.
They needed a win.
They needed a win, and all the journalists are like, "God, I do thing." It's like,
exactly. This is something that we've been exposing for years, over a decade now. Is that game journalists aren't the journalists of the 90s? They aren't journalists of the early 2000s. Most of those guys left or were canceled out.
Cancel out, I think. Yeah.
So this is what we were saying last year, or at least my channel was saying last year. I don't know if you were here when we started saying it, but I said we're kind of. But did you ever watch the Amber Heard trials with Johnny Depp?
I watched highlights. It was frustrating and annoying. The whole like, my dog stepped on a bee. Like that was funny.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if they made highlights of this. I was interested in it just because, well, I was just curious. I never heard about it. So I was like, I have nothing better to do. I'm just sitting down and playing video games. I need some sound to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was this eyewitness, like expert witness, right? That that Johnny Depp's team used, right? And the defense went after him, right? And you could tell they were like, the defense's team was all a bunch of feminists. Like, there was a difference between the hottie that was defending Johnny Depp, and everyone like went goo goo gaga over her, versus the feminist with the short hair and ugly looking face. But the point is like, she goes up to him and asks him about like where he got his expert sources and this like his sources and stuff like that. Well, this Hollywood reporter expert, right? Not the journalist, but like, I forget what they called the guy, but he was some sort of expert for Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
He said, yeah, we had digital journalists that we look up and use for other insights. He goes, who now? Digital journalists. What's a digital journalist? Usually they're on YouTube and right then and there, you could tell her face flared. Even, like the establishment flared up on this. But the point is, it's like, YouTubers are considered the next journalist. This is why before I was streaming, I always would try to hold my friends or people or channels I respected to a higher standard. When they fucked up or got something wrong, I would mention it. I'm like, hey, here's the actual facts. Not because I wanted to own them, but because here's the actual facts. It's on in black and white. It's on video recording, whatever. And if we're going to be taking that spot, we need to honor the actual facts of the matter. So like when we covered Saros, it was a rumor. I told Dash, it's like, if we don't have evidence, I don't want to cover it. Not because I wanted to downplay it, but because we're going against a norm, something that's like people want to are going to defend the honor of PlayStation. So if we're going to cover this, we need proof, right? And that's what we're seeing with game journalists today. But you hear something that was funny about politics and grandstanding? So there was a you can go to show the next one.
Okay.
The devs of Project Tonin, an open world Japanese style and sci-fi slash action game, mocks Forza Horizon 6 over cherry blossom grandstanding, saying, "Uh-oh, I'm in trouble." Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, no. So let's go ahead and skip this. We've already covered this.
Oh,
basically,
okay.
The devs are trying to say the real controversy is the licenses for the music, and they paid for it indefinitely. They're trying to spin it as this is the controversy.
Did I skip?
Yeah, we've already pretty much destroyed this narrative without even trying.
Okay.
No, you need to go down to the one that says x.com PTJ yes. So while you do that, I'm going to put this in the thing. But so yeah, if you scroll down to the Derketo thing, you see these you can destroy every tree in Forza Horizon 6 that just came out, except for cherry blossoms due to their cultural importance. Design director Torben Ellert said, and these are the guys that are trying to make Fable. Okay, same company. Cherry blossom trees aren't smashable because they're an iconic element of Japanese culture. Now scroll up. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. What is she doing?
She is Paul Bunyaning her way through
cherry blossoms. And that's a Japanese, from what I understand, because we covered it before, they're a Japanese dev. They're Japanese smashing cherry blossoms on purpose. But yes, if you want to support the game, he's on Steam. We covered it when it was a Kickstarter last year, Project Tonin. But yes,
Is this the sort of thing that, because Forza Horizon 6 is going to be sold a lot in the US. I don't know if it's going to be sold more than in Japan, but it's going to be sold a lot in the US. Is this the sort of thing that outsiders can't smash cherry blossoms, but Japanese can smash cherry blossoms?
oh, I'm going to smash that cherry blossom monster girl waifu the whole time. Oh, wait, you mean smash into cherry blossoms? Yeah, possibly. But I'm still going to smash into it anyway. Just like when I was streaming, because people could think it's our word or this or that. I was like, you know what? I can say it too. You may not like it, but I'll say it. But
That's funny.
yeah. So that's Roma Ardet, and I think you guys suffered through enough. So we're gonna let you have your. So yes, I kid you not. I looked this up for those who said, yeah, this is my type of thing. Link is in the chat right now because it's not out yet. But in any Japanese SRPG developer, High Motivation 8 added a funny new feature called the bust search function. In the unit menu, any character with a chest of 100 centimeters or more gets tagged busty based only on measurement. It applies same to curvy females and big muscular males. So don't you go and say this is a Gooner game and this is not inclusive, because it includes males with a chest of 100 centimeters or more. Gets tagged busty based only on measurement. It applies to say to curvy females and big muscular knights, right? His next classic tactical RPG now in development with crowdfunding support. Now I looked for this game. I couldn't find the game. And I put the link in the chat to hit to the devs things if you want to support him. His last game is on Steam, but he speaks only Japanese. Like it's all Japanese. So if you want this game, maybe you should tell him in English, I want this game.
Yes. That's a nice feature.
And it's Dorian. And he goes, these are emojis. Rumble flag, Leo toast, Leo toast. Yes. I don't know what the Leo toast is. I don't even have my Rumble. I'm going to look that up later. But yeah, but you know what? We got some more cake news for you. Something that's a little bit more familiar for all you fucking casuals out there. Fortnite has added Tracer from Overwatch as part of the new crossover collaboration. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, just like the devs told you they kept her cake in Overwatch, they kept her cake here in Fortnite. So yeah, there is that. For all
one of the best videos that I've seen. I don't know how accurate this is. It was a short, and someone had like deconstructed the heads, like the skulls of all the characters, and they had just the face, and they just moved the hair pieces to the next hair piece, and it was apparently the same head with just different hair pieces, and it was just really funny. The idea that it was all just the same head, but it was the hairpiece that made the character different. It's like, that's interesting. I don't know if that's just like they modified it to make it look that way, or if that's actually how the game is.
Yep. But yes, interesting. Moving on. I didn't mean to make that sound bad, Chris. I'm sorry. No, that was interesting. I'm just trying to rush here. Shift Up says the next Stellar Blade game is going well. The first Stellar Blade game was published by Sony. This time, Shift Up will handle everything. And that means you control marketing, global sales, and fan engagement. Company wants full control to do a better job. And hopefully no Denuvo. Just putting that out there. Shift Up expects the sequel to perform much better than the first game. I still have yet to play the first game, but I'm waiting for people to get off. Just saying, Shift Up. The original game is still selling well on PC and consoles. The first 3 months of 2026 generated 12.9 billion Korean won, or 27% of the company's total revenue. But go ahead and let everyone have their cake. There's your cake. E from Stellar Blade. So yeah,
I'm like looking at the first 3 months. It generated billion. So that's
the first
a little over 1 million.
that's 2026.
Yeah.
So 2 years after the game came out on PlayStation, its first initial launch.
Hang on. USD. Okay. I wanted you to be smarter than that, but you're not going to. So lots of money. It made a lot of money.
Yep. But
I got my money twice because I bought it for PlayStation, the collector's edition or the deluxe edition for PlayStation and PC.
Hey, before you go to the next one that says Xbox, PS5, Steam, I don't want to mention it yet to spoil anything. Go to the one after that one.
Gotcha.
Because this is my Twisted Lifetime. It's also related. But Celebrate is doing so well that it's living rent-free in Anita Sarkeesian's head. As Lenny Law says, too late, Anita Sarkeesian, you weren't successful enough, and now Celebrate will always be rent-free in your head. Yeah.
Damn.
This is, for those who don't know, this is the game, when it was still in development, that journalists would call women from a bygone era.
Implying that those women don't exist anymore?
Oh, I'm going to save it for next Gamer Cake because I saw it earlier. But there's women that actually look like that. In fact, the model for Eve was literally looking exactly like this. My ex-wife, a Korean, engaged in supposedly Flatsville, looks like that. All right. I'm nowhere near a 10. And yet I'm saying my ex-wife looked like Eve, and Eve is pretty much a 9 or a 10.
Stellar Brittany. I did not think about that. The whole that dance. Yeah, Stella Brittany. That's good.
But I think everyone gets the point, and if Anita doesn't, everyone else gets the luminal point over this game. And speaking of luminal points,
come on. There you go.
If you like Resident Evil, you'll like our game. If you like Signalis, you'll like our game. If you like Silent Hill, you'll like our game, or their game, should be precise. I'm just reading the thing here. If you like Tormented Souls, I like Tormenting Souls. You'll like our game. If you like The Evil Within You, you'll like our game. And what game is this? Well, Link is actually in the chat right now. It's called Luminal Point.
Yes. I have been subtly bugging Hideworks about a demo. They wanted to have a demo out a little while back, but it's taken longer. Probably because they are putting this onto consoles and they are taking their time. And I'm glad that they're taking their time. I did a video on this last year, I think, because this game looks really. This game is one of those that's made me get back into isometrics. I didn't like isometrics for a long time. Like StarCraft, I was like, I'm done with isometrics. This is the game that is getting me back into isometrics. Games like Darklight Survivor and others. It's like I like them now because of this. So
the cake and milk. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. I'll take
Men
the
are
cake
simple
and milk.
creatures. If the girls in mixtape were not underage and they looked like women, probably the gamers would be like simping and saying, "Yeah, that's a 10 out of 10."
Yep.
But we looked at, since he took out the cake, we had to look at the quality of the game. I wish my arms could move because I'm using air quotes here. Game. And we realized there's no cake, there's no milk, there's jack shit in this game. But do you know it has more quality coming up into their games? And this is one of the games I'm actually looking forward to getting. This is technically a gamer milestone or updates, but Mortal Crux, right? The work in progress feature inventory screen inspired by the games like Baldur's Gate 3, Dark Alliance, Champions of North, and Untold Legends menu UI will go along this left side of the screen over to Black Creek Rock. Now look at that cake. That's a witch. But you know, she's wearing heels, she's got a rack, and she's got some cake.
Those aren't just heels, those are almost wedges. That's gonna put a hole through you.
Yeah. And you remember back in the early 2000s, especially like with Dead or Alive, the women wore heels like that. and they were using them in their kicks, so you could tell there was pain. It's like even when men wrote controlled games or people who like good art and games, right? When they make something sexy and stylish, it still has a function.
Yes.
The heels are maybe sharp and pointy, but they're also, even if it doesn't make sense to us, it still serves an intent or function beyond, oh, that just makes her look sexy.
She looks tall. She looks about like 6'3" or 6'5"
with heels.
And I'm just thinking, damn, like you're gonna walk into the room and just murder everybody.
Oh, and going back to Vucker Winner, just saw this, said 12.9 billion South Korean won is 8.61 million USD.
Wow.
You got showed up by an Australian who came from the same country that mixtape was made in. Just putting it out there. How does that make you feel? Rather mixed with tape?
Yep.
Just saying. All right. So that being said, that covers your gamer cake, ladies and gentlemen, and bridges right into the next section that you all like as well, or I hope you like.
They're on their way. They achieve greatness. Players massing, sales climbing, legends are rising. The gaming milestones.
Yes, the gaming milestones, where we celebrate milestones from what gamers have achieved to what gamers have done for their communities to just milestones in sales of a good game like Subnautica. So recently, as a thank you for 5 million wish list, the first week Reaper Leviathan in-game statue is now free for all player. Going to the next one, there's about 500k players on Steam, sold 1 million copies in hours, and smashed over 5 million wish lists. The first most wishlisted game on Steam for months before launch. Devs say the game will remain in early access for the next few years while new updates and content continues to be added. And we will go over the roadmap quickly after all these Dragon Bytes before we talk into the main topic. And Subnautica 2, actually, we don't even need that one. That one's all I forgot to delete it. Subnautica 2 sold over 2 million copies in 12 hours when we do on a show.
Yes. What?
This page does not exist. What are you talking about?
There we go.
This is from, I shared this from Dr. TS. Shout out to you guys. He actually watched our videos. Subnautica 2 sold over 2 million copies within 12 hours of release, announced its studio Unknown Worlds. This is an indie. Let me put this out. This is an indie studio. It's not a double A.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, like it might be coming. I think after this, should be now considered a double A. After this, the success.
Yeah, I would say so.
Because they made their money to where they can expand their studios. This is an indie to borderline double A studio, right? With 3 beloved titles. Okay. This is not a triple A studio.
No, it doesn't need to be.
I'm just saying, but they sold 2 million copies in 12 hours online.
I was one of them.
And it did not have Denuvo. And I don't think it had any DRM or anti-cheats. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
There was some kind of agreement.
All first person? Is that game all first person?
Yes.
Yes.
See, that's why it don't interest me that much.
Yeah, I know. You can't goon off your own ass.
Exactly. Exactly.
But
I'd play a female.
But see, Bo, there are females that you can go to one of the machines and you can change your character in like real time. Mm-hmm. And so you can goon off of someone else's ass, presumably. Either Asian or
Karis had Asian fever. He was an Asian female the whole time in the game.
I was, and I couldn't drive for no.
Oh no, I might watch it next time you stream it. Because I don't like very many first-person shooters, but I did make an exception for Cyberpunk, so we'll see.
Okay.
Yep. But yes, 2 million. I want to point out here, 2 million dove in this game. It was on 5 they had 5 million wish lists, and it was also one of the most wished game. This is not a AAA title. I want y'all to understand it's not a AAA title. But if you think that this milestone is still that's it for the milestone, no. They acknowledged and said thank you for your 1 million copies sold, but go down to the one where it has a Steam link saying in the list in the notes.
Gotcha.
There's one that says it mentions Forza. Subnautica is the #1 selling game over a AAA game for a modern casual audience. I don't mean modern as in politics. I mean that you fucking casuals out there that only play racing games or whatever's popular and trending. All right. This is it beat AAA titles. It beat AAA titles. In fact, if you could say, you could argue, oh yeah, well, this is brand new. Look what's on number 7. Scroll down. It beat Diablo 4, for example. Keep scrolling. It beat Red Dead Redemption 2. It beat Renderos, which is fair. Subnautica 0 is at 13. All 3 titles are on the top sellers list. All 3. Probably, I will say, to be fair, probably because of the bundle, right?
Probably.
But the point is, Subnautica itself is an 8-year-old game. It's still making sales. Subnautica 2, the most wishlist game, is making its sales, right? And beat all these AAA titles on the top of the list. So this game has some hype. All right.
Yeah.
I accidentally deleted that. But the top of the Steam charts showed
you mean this?
Yeah, look at that top of the Steam charts. It's still going steady.
When I did my video yesterday, this was sitting around like 300,000.
Yeah.
But it's Friday. Or no, it's Friday. It's Saturday. It could be people are doing stuff right now. Like you can see there's waves.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like the downturn.
Yeah.
It's going to go back up.
It's going to go back up. Now, here's the thing. This is the numbers that Mixtape wish it had.
Where this is Mixtape. This right here. This is Mixtape.
Yeah, Mixtape right there. It had its all-time peak was 2,000.
Oh, okay. So this is Mixtape.
Yeah. Even that's too much for Mixtape. It wasn't even that high in the 2000s range, but still. The thing is like it was hyped up so much, yet this is what real hype is. This alone pretty much argues the topic. But I'd like to rub it in. And one thing I'll rub in is that another game has more sales than Mixtape.
Yep. Come on, paste.
Winrose reaches 2 million sales. Oh, not kidding. Don't mind us to go. So looking at each other, we're deeply grateful for your support. We'll continue working hard to make this adventure worthy of your time and passion, Captains. Thank you. Scroll down so they can see. 2 million copies sold. You go to our hearts. But yes. So just putting it out there.
70 hours. Damn.
Yeah. A lot of people love this game. So just saying out there, like, because people were saying, oh, Winrose, a game that's going to be in early access forever. No, they've had updates, massive updates for a while. And then Subnautica 2 has released their roadmap, which we're going to be talking about all that stuff because Garrett's supposed to talk about it. I said, you know what? That's a good idea. But here's an update that's not really a milestone, but at the same time kind of is, if you think about it. So this comes from a user, Boomerang. He's talking about Dying Light here. He says, this is probably just a me thing, but the new Dying Light, the beast difficulty means zombies and loot don't respawn. So you reclaim the world and NPCs will start repopulating. I love this kind of thing. I love the feeling of slowly working through and clearing out the world. So basically, it'd be like real life. If you clear out the zombies out of a building, they don't respawn. You take that item, it's not there no more.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's an interesting mechanic. That's like, if you want to talk about realism, gamers will be like challenge accepted. Don't give them realistic graphics. Give them realism and give them a little realism like that. That option for that kind of realism, that kind of difficulty.
One of the games that comes to mind when I think of this is it was from like 2002 or 2003. It was called Dungeon Siege.
Mm-hmm.
It would have progressive scan map loading. So you would start in one area and then you would travel like 10 miles or something insane like that. And you would take out your enemies. Those enemies didn't respawn. And there would be towns in the middle. So if you wanted to go back, you would just run for like 15 minutes because nothing would be respawning. That was actually a real really impressive thing to do. Now you leave an area like there's some abiotic factor. Every so often the area just respawns and crap comes back. It's like, I kind of liked when it was empty.
Yeah.
So this is nice.
Mm-hmm. But we also got some more. And I'm gonna give y'all the I didn't. Y'all know where to get Dying Light, but for everyone else, I'll get that.
Yep.
Okay, Bo. Thank you. But there's something about Capcom here. Capcom made some milestones. Capcom announces they sold a record of 59.07 million units with digital downloads, making it the vast majority. The company sold digital sales are projected to reach 95% in the fiscal year. Catalog titles, older games announced for 83% of the total units, showing the long-term strength of Capcom's back catalog through digital distribution. Now, here's what I'm going to point out here. Yes, I think Capcom is trying to say that digital sells better, but if you only sell digital, is it really performing better? Just pointing that out there.
Yep.
They're also mentioning that their backlog is doing better, right? Their backlog, their back titles, right? But click that.
This?
Yeah. They admit I want to say here that when it comes to their fiscal reports, I know this is Part Nation's covering of the report, but I guarantee he did, cut paste for the numbers to make this meme. But look what it says: total units sold, not leased, not licensed. Total units sold,
not acquired.
Yeah. So even in their fiscal sales, like when they do their marketing numbers and stuff, they admit it's sold. It's not licensed.
I want to run some numbers here.
Pragmata did well as well. I won't lie. I mean, it made the most manly of us decide to take the day off today to recover. Just putting it out there, Hattie.
Yeah, $60. That's it's a lot of money.
Yep. So there's that. I would say that's a milestone right there for them. So we'll acknowledge it. But it also points out it's the backlogs, and one of their newest titles did very well. And they admit it was sales, not rents, leases, or licenses. So that's another milestone. There's a lot of milestones. It's just that one tweet right there. Now I was requested this. Well, everyone was requested this, right? But I promised them I would do this, and it's not because I like dragons. But Dust Riders, this is a story that gives me faith in the players and gamers. Dust Rider Studios asked players to review their game after only getting 3 reviews. They didn't ask for good reviews. They said, give us a favor and review your game. It would be a huge help. They just want critique and review of their game. They only had 3 user reviews, and the game came out recently, right? Yeah. Well, players responded, giving an additional 24 reviews. I know it says 19, but when I looked, it was 24 reviews. I told them I'd cover this game. Dragon Hop is a precision platform where you play as a dragon that was released this past week and is $5 and still has more gameplay than a mixtape. It basically reminds me of Spyro.
It really does. The camera angle is like perfectly aligned.
And it's a precision platformer. So that means you have to have a certain amount of skill. You can't just let the game run itself. Just putting it out there. But yes, But yeah, 24 people or 24 reviews, and I actually am getting this game. I haven't gotten it yet. No, it's not my games we find interesting, but I will say that I I don't think Anita Sarkeesian helped with this game at all. I don't think it was funded by the world's 5th most richest man in the world. And for $5, I it's cheaper than Mixtape has more features. So I can't really say this is not a game, and I can't say it might not be a good game. I don't know, but it's a game with more content at a $5 price tag. So
yep,
there's that.
I feel bad that I didn't know about this. I would have thrown this into my video of games that came out this week, but I guess that's the thing. Like, you know, there are so many good games coming out that even they slipped through my Palantir.
And like I told you offline before we started, don't even feel bad about that. There are so many games I can't even add in here, and we go to almost 2 hours with Dragon Bytes.
Yeah,
covering all the small news that so people don't ask me, well, what about this coverage? And then covering all these indie games because I want to give indie games a chance to get out there. But speaking of games that I loved or thought were good that needed a chance to get out there, the Des from Luminary DM'd this tweet to me to remind me about it. But they would like you to know if you want your name carved in the Heroes Hall. So inside, if you want your name in the game, right? They told you how to do this. Who's dedicated in the fight? Support indies. If you plan to play Luminary on day one, please like, comment, and fill out the simple Google form link in the comments. Day one Luminaries will have their names in the game. Now, this is pretty much an honor system. I will say that. All right. I will say that. But do you really want to be the person busted for saying, yeah, I'm totally getting this game day one and not getting the game? Do you really want to be that person, especially with what we've seen with the game journalists and the entire gaming community just destroying everyone? Community coding Steam, community coding PlayStation, calling out a dev that failed the tutorial for Cupcake, right? All that stuff. People are just getting, and that's just roasting them. You want to be that person that says, yeah, I'm going to lie and say I plan to have get this game day one and just so you can have your name on there, or are you going to actually just get the game? Like, this is for people who want the game. Oh, that's Dragon Hop. Sorry.
There's going to be a handful of people out there that will go and find the list, and then they'll go through like Steam lists and see who has the game. Someone out there is going to do that. The internet's a big place.
Well, I told them we've been covering this game for a while, and for people who don't know, his game is actually in the intro.
Yes.
Because it was a game. It was one of the few games I covered that I said this game gives me wood. I was so excited for this game.
You're at the end. You're that guy in the Harry Partridge Skyrim video where he's at the end. He's just drooling and he's got just the biggest wood. You're that guy.
Yes, it's been rare because, like I said, it's like it looks to me like Skyrim meets Fable.
Yeah,
and yeah, I still think it needs some optimization, but because I couldn't play it, I was like delaying the inevitable of getting an upgrade for my computer. I was like, I'm just gonna get a meta PC, right? Just so I could play the fucking game, and I still had problems. But just so I could play the fucking game, I went and got a 5K series NVIDIA card. I can't remember which one, but I got a 5 series. It's still an 8 gigabyte because it's a compact case, but still, right? I went and upgraded. I think it was 5K. I have to double check. Anyways, I ramble, but yeah. So, Luminary, good game. I still like it, even though it has a lot of processing power. But yeah, this guy is making a great game, and it's wanted to give people who supported him credit. So there's that. That being said, we have some gaming updates. Lords of the Fallen is getting a brand new combat feature like never before seen in Souls-like. That's what he said. Merrick Taminsky. He'll come up later on as well. But Lords of Fallen is getting a brand new combat feature in every form seen like Souls-like, works across enemies, including bosses. I can't see. Feedback has been outstanding both internally and from players. We're shaping this true sequel with everything we've heard from you. All the feedback you gave, Steam reviews included, to make it a clear step up from the last one. Stay tuned. So there is that. Dismemberment? Yeah, you need to have dismemberment in the Dark Souls game. I'm just saying, if you say you're a Souls, like, you kind of need it.
Yeah.
But speaking of things that needs things, I remember saying last year, I don't think you were here. No, you weren't, because this was before my granddad died, I think. But Dune Awakening, I said, needed to cook some more. Well, turns out they've been cooking. I have to go back and try it, but they have a new region coming for Dune Awakening later this year. These are the same devs for Conan Exiles and Conan Exiles Enhanced. The Polar Cap is a sizable new map designed to expand the in-game experience. It's just survival from scorching heat to brutal cold. The map adds new survival mechanics, locations, resources, and a standalone storyline. And yes, I actually hate desert biomes. But to be fair, I served in combat in desert biomes. So there's probably a reason for that. But I don't think that's the reason. I just like colder biomes.
Snow is more interesting as opposed to sand. And I also have a biasness from Terraria. The snow areas were far more fascinating than the normal sand areas.
Or it could just be that they have more trees, too, to cut down.
That could be. There's just a cacti wherever out in the sand, typically.
Yep. But yeah, so now we have some upcoming games, and like I promised before, we always started off with good old games. The Crownless King expansion for Songs of Silence released last week, and the base game is 50% off. So there is that.
Ooh,
yeah. Links are in the description for both. But Carriage, we were finding we were both talking about a certain game, and I don't think we realized it until recently, right?
Yes, we were. I think
This is Song of Silence for everyone else on Good Old Games. So, don't ask me about it because I don't remember. I just give y'all game options y'all to spend y'all's money on. This is DRM-free, if I recall, as well. So there's
yeah. GOG, there is no DRM. That is the fascinating thing, is like there has been games released on GOG and Steam, and you go to GOG, there's no DRM, but yet you go to Steam, there's DRM, and you're like, what? GOG knows how to negotiate stuff. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, that's all we need to know. But you know what else people need to know? About a certain action roguelike post-apocalyptic cyberpunk survival game of nightmarish creatures featuring dynamic shifts between top-down and third-person videos. TikTok. The one with deep customization and epic battles across universes. That type of game. Darklight Survivor is available now in early access on Steam. Yes, that's the game I'm talking about. Darklight Survivor, it's a game that me and Carriage were both mentioning and sharing in our own Twitter accounts. It's an action RPG post-apocalyptic cyberpunk survival game of nightmarish creatures featuring dynamic shifts between top-down and third-person views, deep customization, and epic battles across universes. It has entered early access at 20% off for $14 until May 21st. Link is in the chat for those who want it.
I recommend this game. I put at least 10 hours into the demo as though it were a real game because I couldn't stop playing it. It's good. I really like it.
I still have to try this. But do you know what else hit early access?
I'm guessing
the Very Blades of Fire hit Steam this week. Another with very positive reviews, 20% off until May 21st as well. With, for those who are broke as shit or want to invest their money on a good game and don't want to invest their money on a slot, a free demo.
I'm sold.
Yeah. And yes, if you're watching this short or any YouTube or the video live or whatever, and you're an indie dev and you want us to cover your games, all you have to do is let me know. We are on the links. We are the YouTubes, the X's, the Rumbles, the Kicks, and links are in the description of the YouTube video. So we go out there and we share your stuff so you get more reach. That's unless we find out your game is actual slop. Then we
we talk about it.
We at least pretend it doesn't exist until people mention it. No,
in regards to that, I think we've been doing this enough. We almost can kind of tell if something is just a dud. Like we can kind of look at something, we can play the demo, and we can gauge whether or not we're going to put our name on something like that.
It's not something special. It's because we're gamers. We just look at like, yeah, this is going to be fun. It's not going to be good. And then we can look at games like this game might be interesting for some people. It's just not for me. Aska, I played that game and I thought it was going to be good. It was not for me. Good concept, good mechanics, and I did notice it increased its quality over time. But just when I looked at gameplay, it's like I wanted to explore the fucking island, and I'm sitting there building the fucking village just because these guys are fucking lazy. It's like I had to fucking do all that. So year 3 came around. I had still not gone around and found any dungeons. I had to just like, you know what? I'm gonna let them suffer. I did 100% the game. It's just not for me. But I will say, if you like Blades of Fire, you're gonna like Fields of Iron. Like lots of iron fields. Iron fields in RTS where you don't just build a base, you take it. I'm not kidding. Damn. That's what they say. Capture buildings, secure your lines with towers, and push through constant enemy pressure inspired by games like State of War. Check out the trailer and wishlist on Steam. So, yeah, link is in the description. But yeah, I thought that was kind of an interesting idea. Instead of just building a base, you take it over.
This should just be called the United States government. That is kind of what they do. They pride themselves on being able to topple governments in a matter of 48 hours.
Oh yeah, well, I can attest that we can do that. That's why the UN always has us do their dirty job for them and leave us holding the blame when things go south. If you don't believe me, just like go look at every peace talk. UN calls for ceasefire, but when there's peace talks, the governments who want peace talk to the U.S. president to be the neutral party. I'm just pointing that out there. There's a reason why. All right. But still, what you said was very heathenistic.
Yes, I am quite the heathen.
Yeah. Which is also the next upcoming game. One town, one dungeon, a descent into madness. Oh, wait, we're talking about the game, not me. One town, one dungeon, a descent into madness. Wish list now. Heathen. Yes, so there's links on the description as well, but go ahead and look at the gameplay. It looks nice. Looks cool. Looks dark fantasy-ish.
Yeah, this is funny timing. I had recommended this as a game I found interesting. And then it was like a week or two later, Christopher actually puts the Steam page up because at the time the Steam page literally didn't exist.
Yeah, that's why I was keeping an eye on it so we could announce that. Thanks for spoiling that for me. Well, actually, you know what? You did recommend it, so you should have been the one to mention. Yeah, there's a Steam page out. I gave into I let the intrusive thoughts take over because this trailer dropped on Twitter, and I don't know if he's got his own music or anything, but there's a part where like there's a narrator kind of says something, and I had this, open your mind. That's what I first thought of when I saw that. There was this idea in my head. I had to roll with it, so I went and I got "Blood for the Blood God" by Gunship. And I recut the trailer around the song right where the original like music video does a very similar thing with like this guy with this grovelly voice talking and he says a word, then the music kicks in. That's my Alex Jones impression for you all. And yeah, I just tightened a few things up and I sent it to him and I was like, he might like this, he might hate this, but I thought this was fucking funny. I had some fun cutting this to Blood for the Blood God because it just fits so well. The progression and then the beat drops. It was good. Yes, but yeah, he even not out now with a Steam page and a trailer and a Blood God video. But speaking of blood gods, yes, lots of blood there will be. Dracula the Disciple, a new game where you learn from the old Dracula. Play as a dying Frenchman who seeks Dracula's teachings on how to become immortal and cheat death. Venture to his abandoned castle and explore his tools and findings. Master the occult arts and learn from Drac's research. Combine elemental powers and transform into a vampire to cheat death. This sounds like a Taru game. Because he makes jokes on being a vampire a lot. He's told me, but also this sounds like a game I'd play. I won't lie. I like games like these where I get to be the bad guy protagonist.
Yeah, the whole being the villain, or being the villain, being the monster, that's not really done enough. There's one that Markiplier covered. I can't remember what it is. It's like you're literally just this undulating monster, and you destroy this. Like you're kind of like an SCP, and you go destroy things. Like we don't really have a lot of games that allow you to become the bad guy. You can be the anti-hero. Something like we're kind of learning in Subnautica 2 that Riley is kind of phrased as the anti-hero who seemingly might have fucked up a lot of stuff for the universe, but just being a full-on monster.
Yeah.
Bring it. I like it.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like they say that because of the player protagonist relationship. I mentioned that in the video that you didn't watch, right? But he when the gamers will reject it. And like, yeah, that's kind of true, except for the fact that we also have the anti-heroes. There you had when you make a villain character that you have to relate to as the player, not the spectator, not someone watching a movie, but the player. You have to what I've noticed, you have to adhere to their darker side. So like Nazim, have you been to the crowd district very often? And the player just pauses the game because he's so fucking tired of hearing it. There's a racism. Just saying that, there's a racism. You have to adhere to it. So because like first we know it's not real, for one. Number two, it can show it. We like to unwind steam. We like to be not foul, but like we like to let out some steam, right? So doing things we can't legally do out in the real world, just like when people go punch a punching bag to challenge their aggression, they're doing it so they don't punch people out. People don't give them shit because like, oh, that's physical. That's a physical thing. Yeah, except for the fact that you're punching a bag because you're wanting to punch someone's lights out. Yet you attack us for wanting to be a villain and slaughtering an entire village that's not real, and equating that to slaughtering a neighborhood that we would never do in the first place. Just no more than the guy punching a punching bag. Right? We just want to let out some steam, right? Or maybe we just want to be manic and crazy for a little bit, right? It's not real. There's nothing real about it. It's just no more than watching a movie about a villain, right? But they try to spin it as, oh, players won't relate to that. I'm like, you poor fool. I enjoyed playing Overlord and Overlord 2. Villain protagonist right there. Just saying.
There's an entire film series called Saw where you're kind of cheering on the character of Jigsaw to murder people. Rambo.
First Blood Part 1, right? That's Rambo, John Rambo. He was technically the villain.
He was. He became the hero later on.
When you think about it with Star Wars, the Rebel Alliance that you cheer for, they were terrorists.
They're terrorists. Yep. Literally, they're insurgents.
They were fighting for freedom. I get you, and I will support that. But literally, they were terrorists as well because they blew up a Death Star, which had probably a lot of soldiers' families in it. It was a base. And Army bases, just to let you know, has spouses and children in it.
There was a Miles O'Brien somewhere handling a transporter that lost his job that day.
Yeah, or probably. But the only thing is, I think everybody celebrated it, especially with Death Star 2, especially with Death Star 2, not because the Emperor was on it, but probably because everyone knew Anita Sarkeesian Star Wars edition was out there giving a lecture on systemic racism in games and stuff. And when it blew up, everyone was like, "Yay! Finally, the great evil is gone." That's why it explains why they were cheering, even though the Emperor survived for the Disney space movies.
That's why Coruscant was cheering. It's not because the Empire was down. It's because, yay, Anita's gone. Also, the Empire was kind of a pain.
And we got but let's get back on track because we kind of spurred there for it, which is fine. But if you like Hollow Knight, or how about Ninja Gaiden?
Ninja Gaiden, yes.
Project Ants, Hollow Knight meets Ninja Gaiden is what I have for the notes. This indie game is making a game where Hollow Knight meets Ninja Gaiden, but you play as an ant warrior. Must find the lost ant queen, fully interconnected 3D Metroidvania. So Dash would like this unique pheromone system to chain combos. Would you play this? It's called Project Ants. And yes, I actually looked this up for all of you who are like, that looks cool, but I don't see a link. Why do these people like an e-game show don't give you links? Don't worry, if you watch DragonCast or the shorts, that's not the one. I will give you the links. I always do because I like you guys who play games. So yeah.
So we're getting there. We've gotten a chicken, a cat, an ant, a dog. We've got a squirrel. We're eventually gonna make our way through all the animals.
Eventually,
a goat?
Yes. But either way, it's be a zero sprawl to the finish line.
Doesn't look interesting to me.
Went too fast on that one, I think.
I just said it. You can go. I'm waiting on you.
That's you were. Oh.
Yeah, I was waiting on you. I was like, oh, good. We're on cue. The sci-fi adventure game Hell is coming to Switch 2. For those who don't know, it's a sci-fi adventure game from the Dead Six reboot. Art director Hell is Us is as you fighting strange chimeric monsters as you unravel the mystery of a calamity that plagues the remnants of mankind. Hell is Us coming soon to Switch 2. Now that I got my money's worth, whoops. We'll go into the sprawl that zero. The zero sprawl. Sprawl zero. This indie dev is making an FPS inspired by Half-Life 2, Fear, and Halo. Catch bullets with gravity shield, 40 plus weapons to level up, Max Payne style bullet time. And these are bringing back the golden age of 2000 shooters. It's called Sprawl Zero. And if you're, like I said before, but Levistro, I don't have a link to this. Yes, you do. It's in the description. It's also in the chat.
Wow, they really went back to the 2000s. There is some blocking there that I only usually see on Source Engine games. They are not kidding when they put Half-Life 2 first. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know if it's a free demo because I didn't look, but I do know it does have a free demo because I did look.
Mm-hmm.
Blood Reaver. That also sounds like an early 2000s title.
It does.
Guns, blood magic, endless demons. Our dark fantasy round-based FPS for 1 to 4 players is now released on Steam. And yeah, blood for the blood god. Am I right?
This reminds me of remember Bulletstorm?
Yes.
Reminds me a lot of that, just with more blood.
Yep. Look, for the Sprawl Zero, that's going on a wish list. Yeah, there you go. See, this is why we do it. For all you indie devs out there, this is why we do it. Is so that players find out there's a good game. Y'all
Enjoy
put in the work.
Alan.
We try to help y'all out. Y'all had, and if they tell us, but Levistro, this game sucks. I didn't say the game was good or not. I didn't say the game was a 10 out of 10. I said, here's a game coming out with a free demo for you to make up your own minds. That's my point of my channel. So if you get negative reviews, Blood Reaver or any other indie games, that's totally on your fruits of your labor. That's not my call. I take no responsibility for that.
Just because I say a game doesn't interest me doesn't mean it's not interesting.
Yeah.
It's just not interesting to me.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a specific kind I enjoy playing, and it's very rare that I step outside that genre.
You like your games to have a pair of plots.
Yeah.
And that's
I
nice.
say that Bo's games tends to be within the Gamergate section of DragonCast.
Damn, I wish there was a video store game or a game store, rent store, and that way I could make a custom sign and just call it Gamergate
The Gamer Cake.
or Gamer Cake. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we
That's why it
go.
has the Gamergate logo, because that's what Gamergate was about when it was originally ethics and journalism, but then controlling how games are made. So we just honored that whole period for Anita. We keep Anita's memory fresh and her mission clear that gamers need cake. Hence,
You've been
Gamer
going through a
Cake.
bunch of first-person shooter games, and like I said, Cyberpunk 2077 was an exception I made, but the last first-person shooters I really liked were Half-Life and Half-Life 2 and Half-Life 3 and the Halo, the original Halo trilogy.
Mhm.
That was the last time I really liked first-person shooters.
Yep. Now we're done with the Dragon Bytes, but I'm going to go into Subnautica 2. Now we've already mentioned it was the top of the charts. It's the #1 game. It's got all this gamer support, right, and hype.
Mhm.
But before I do, I want to cover the system requirements. If you're able to click on that, basically, is one thing I found interesting is a lot of people say that you need 16 gigabytes of GPU memory. 16. Here, their recommended is 8 gigabytes, right? 1440, they have 16 memory. Windows 11, Intel 11 processor, NVIDIA RTX 3070. And the minimal is in GTX 6. Is it 18 or 16? I don't know my glasses on. 16. 1680. And it still has the ultra graphics for the newer cards, right?
Mhm.
So that's the ultra, but it's still heavily optimized. You were even saying you were going to have problems with it, and you were doing good. You were on a laptop.
I was on a laptop. It has a 3060 with
Mhm.
32 gigs of RAM, and I had to tweak a lot of stuff, be somewhere between medium, high, and a little bit of low.
Yeah.
So, and I brought it down to, I tried 1440. That looked good, but it didn't play well. So I brought it down to 1080. I see it's, well, for the Ultra, it wants the 7900 XTX. That's sitting in a box right over there.
Mhm.
And I just need to go throw it in the tower and see how that works.
Yep. I will say that I had no problem streaming it with my VTuber Studio and this game. I thought was amazing. It's rare for me to have that sometimes.
It was smooth
Yeah.
because you were sharing it in Discord, and I would look over occasionally on the stream, and you were smooth. Whereas mine, like, you could almost start to count the frames dropping a little bit, and I'm like struggling. But you know, this is a COVID era laptop. That's going to happen.
Yeah, and for people, in his defense, everybody, in his defense, my laptop, my PC tower is a COVID era tower. I spent the stimulus money on that. It was the only time I could, Dragon Daddy could buy something nice for himself, and he chose an HP Omen because Meta PCs were sold out. Meta PCs were sold out. Just putting that out there. So I had to get an HP Omen 25L.
It works.
It works. It's a compact computer. I stream. I run a VTuber Studio on it. All this stuff. So you can imagine. Yeah, I get some crashes here and there. I still get some stutterings, especially with StreamYards. But when I upgraded graphics card, and it wasn't like the most up to date graphics card. I think it is a 5K series. I can't remember off the top of my head because it's been a busy day. But still, a significantly upgrade. Still ran smooth. So imagine when Carriage gets his upgrades in on a COVID laptop.
I do have to preface this. I had to put DLSS on, which I hate doing. Some of you probably heard I shit on DLSS all the time. I think it is the worst invention. I think you're better off just optimizing the game. I turned it off. It would not run properly. It was apps like I was back in mid 2000s era of struggling with games. I had to put DLSS on ultra performance, and you saw what that was for those that were there. It was not great. Like go watch just like one clip of the 4 or 5 hours of whatever it was that I played, and just watch Levistro's screen and then watch mine. And like, this is an Unreal 5 game, unfortunately.
but it
have
is
to upgrade.
it is kind of optimized. Like
It is kind of optimized, but you
And-
have
and
to use some of the
but-
features.
if I remember correctly, Subnautica 2 is a Korean dev, right? The
Unknown
game?
Worlds.
Unknown Worlds? I can't remember because I don't
me
want to
see.
say something that I'm just having an aha moment on.
Let's see here. No, they're American.
Okay, they are American. Well, that's still they're a Western. Okay, there you go, people. You can't say all Western games suck. This is a Western game. Subnautica 2 is technically a Western game.
Right out of San Fran.
Yeah, right out of San Fran. Now, most we've seen most optimized games. Well, actually, no. You also have Clair Obscure, another Unreal Engine 5 game, but most Unreal Engine 5 games are not optimized unless they're Asians making an Asian like Eastern game devs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is like, well, you didn't used to have to optimize the engine to optimize your game. You used to not have to do it. Now you have to do more steps. That's the reason why Unreal Engine 5 is fucked up. And I've already went over that. I'm not beating it anymore. But no, my pointing out is even it's still an optimized game, even with certain people having certain flaws. And well, they already released a roadmap.
Yes. So I was distracted by the fish cat.
Now we remember we were talking about we wish we had more character creation features. They mentioned that was in development. Go ahead and highlight that. They not that this is their map. So they had their launch, right? Their next patch, early access 1.1, is the quality of life update. Can you read that for me? Because I still can't read it.
Yes. So planned improvements to biomod system. What does that say?
Blight encounters.
Blight encounters.
Blight. Those are the virus creatures.
Oh yeah. So blight encounters, Rex gameplay, vehicle docking and fabrication. That's already working pretty well though.
Mhm.
PDA databank. Yeah, that'd definitely be needed. Voice logs, priority system. Yeah, cut that shit down.
Yeah, that's
You
what they're talking about.
Yeah, so that'll be good. Plan additions, more passive biomod slots. Nice. Storage cache, sprint.
I hope the storage cache is the actual stacking that I was bitching about that Subnautica refused to do in their previous two titles.
Yeah, we should be able to stack things in nice organize that we like to organize. Let us do it.
Now, see the the second patch, the 1.2.
Yeah, so plan improvements for HUD signals. That'll be good. Base builder tool, pinned receipts, recipe system. Already working pretty good. Voice chat, emotes, player trading. That'll be good. Player revive. Ooh, nice. And additional customizations.
Yeah, that's the character creation, I'm assuming.
I think these are good order. This is a good order of how they're doing it.
And now look at the future expansion. Ron just covered the whole roadmap.
We got new region, expand the world, new biomes, new creatures, new resources. Oh boy, more stuff. New tools, new vehicle.
Right now you only had the one.
Yeah. New chapter of the story.
Yeah, with ongoing bugs and balances, optimization, and continuous updates for the improvements.
It'll be nice for them to expand the world because I gave into my intrusive thoughts and I took one of the vehicles and I just gunned it for the big mushroom spire. And I found the wrecking crew that took me out. And now the ship is just sitting there in the out of bounds area because I can't go retrieve it because they will literally take me out every time I go there. It was funny to watch, I'm sure. But yeah,
I tried what you did for the Leviathan. That sits because you said you sit close to the floor, right? I tried that, it saw me. So I decided to go on the top of the water with the sub, right? The submarine. And it still got me. I have 3 submarines now that are near death at my base. Because to the point where it got to the point where I was like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm just making a base over here, and I hope I don't have to go back to the original jump pod for any part of the destroyer mission because I am not dealing with. I'm stuck at the place where the alien site is. I'm stuck over there. The part that I told you has a lot of resources.
Oh yeah, that's your new temporary home.
Yeah, It was just to be a place to grab everything I need. But we have more news to cover. Like we don't have Dragon Bytes, but I don't want to cover the latest Spire. I forgot to delete those. Those were from the old notes. I just I copy pasted over them and forgot to remove those. But I want to. We could talk about the we'll probably talk about it later, but I want to give one final jab on why Subnautica is a game, and it says Subnautica 2 is a game.
Yep.
One final jab. This is why, according to 9 Sophia, Subnautica 2 is a game. I almost died IRL. That's the Leviathan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If you can't die in the game, is it really a game? This is a fail state. That's what dying is in games. Fail states. Mixtape has no fail state.
There is no dying anymore. I call it mishaps.
Yeah. Well, technically, I don't want to spoil it, but technically, dying in the narrative sense in this game is totally different. Which I don't want to spoil it for you guys. So I think that's the one that you had the issue with.
Yeah, I ran into that guy. I noticed something. Is that the mushroom spire? Yeah, that's the mushroom spire. Never mind. I was like, is that something I shouldn't be seeing?
No, that's what you should be seeing, right? Because we see it, and it's related to the story, which is why I think it's one of the last things that's going to be unlocked.
Yeah. It's going to be end game material, and they're just teasing it. Which that's
all right. Now I got set time where I gotta take my son, take care of my son real quick. So we covered that. We covered all the notes I had for Subnautica. Now we wanted to mention. Actually, no. Could you scroll down to the bottom? There's 2 things we're gonna lead into before I leave. The Crafton can pay 66 per thing. You see it in the bottom. It's the very bottom.
Yep. Go to that.
This is going to take some context. This is a 2-for-tweet system. Pirate Nation admits that the company Crafton that made the game PUBG also used to own the product Subnautica. Starting in January 2025, gives workers $66,000 for every new baby born, plus 2 years of paternal leave and job security while they're away. Because of this, the number of babies born to workers almost doubled, with 46 births in the first 3 months of 2026 instead of the 23 the year before. The policy helps workers balance their job and family life in South Korea, which is, for those who don't know, South Korea doesn't really have a family-friendly or working mom-friendly policies or law protections, for that matter, in Korea. My ex-wife, who's South Korean, one of the reasons we divorced was she realized she had all this freedom, and she didn't want to be she wanted to be a career woman, not a career mom, she wanted to be a career woman. She didn't realize she had all this freedom, so she left, right? But she told me when she realized she could work and still be a mom, she's like, I can work. Like, she was so surprised. Like, I can actually work and be a mom. I'm like, yeah, that's America. We don't have that. As soon as a woman pregnant, she is forced out the job. And I was like, what? It's like, yeah. And she explained, like, they can't legally do that. Yeah, there's laws, but there's no protections. So the company can easily get you out of there, and you could call bullshit, but it's hard to legally call bullshit on that. All right. So this is a big significant impact, right? But I want you to ask yourself, why are they able to do that? But Crafton, and Carriage will be covering that one starting the conversation, right? Because he's the one that wanted to cover this. I said it was a good idea. Crafton didn't want to give $2.5 million to their devs. Now, Subnautica 2 was supposed, people had tried to destroy Subnautica 2, right? And I got a tweet for that. It's right above it.
Yep.
All right. So these journals are called that crossing Horizon 6 a 10 out of 10, all this stuff. They've been lying to you, right? But also, people have been trying. There was a leak for Subnautica 2 that was supposed to bury it, but it did the exact opposite. All right, around 500K players on Steam. just to refresh y'all's memory, it sold now 2 million copies in hours. First, it was sold 1 million copies in hours, with after 12 hours selling 2 million copies. All right, smashing over 5 million. Let me put it this way: if I remember correctly, Black Crimson Desert sold 5 million copies in about 5 days. Okay, that's like a million a day, right? If I remember the math correctly. I can't remember the launch date sales, but in 12 hours, Subnautica 2 sells 2 million copies. Was the number one most wishlisted game on Steam for months before launch. All this despite the early access and fully early bird leaks days before release. And piracy, because he mentions the pirates. All that drama that we just covered in an hour and a half at a tweet. All right, crunch down. Okay, that's how good this game is. But people have been trying to sabotage this game for a while. Even now, there's people believing that Krafton still owns it.
Yeah, you want me to go into my?
You're now allowed. I'm allowing y'all to cover the topic because this is the topic of. This is the main topic. What makes a game a game, and the hype versus fake hype. So this is where we've already trashed mixtape, right? Yeah. Now we're covering Subnautica and why the hype beats the sabotage.
So I have to open up a new link. Krafton is one of those people that also tried to bury this game. A year ago, some of you have heard of this. Krafton, and specifically their CEO, Kim Chang Hong, famously tried to use ChatGPT, thanks Bellular News for that one, to invent a way to not pay out $250 million to the developers. Why was the $250 million even involved? I didn't actually know that. That was something that Krafton added on in the initial buyout of Unknown Worlds. It's now apparently being called a pushover deal. They were so desperate to get Unknown Worlds and to buy Subnautica 2 that they included this $250 million upon success. Well, the game was doing well, and it was I think it was August. It was supposed to actually go early access, August of last year. And there was a team called Project X, which was sent out to try and find ways or find information to help not allow this. Long story short, Krafton, from the seeming get-go of the starting point to where this game was actually going to be getting good, was trying to find any and every way to sabotage this game, to not give out the money, to almost damn near shut the game down. And thanks to it going viral, thanks to the courts and everything, that did not happen. Instead, the exact opposite happened. Not only did the $250 million get sent out to developers, penalties were applied by the courts because of what Krafton did on top of everything else. I think there was like an extra 91,000 per.
I remember all this going on.
Yeah, I had to refresh myself about an hour or so before we started. I had to refresh myself on what everything went down. The marketing, they tried to sabotage the marketing in the lead up to the early access. Krafton was doing this. This was after the original CEO of Unknown Worlds was put back in place, because during the mess, the original CEO was replaced by the guy who led the Callisto Protocol, and that was its own mess. I have nothing against Callisto Protocol, the former developers of Dead Space. They're great developers, but this was like a situation they should not have been in. They should not have been part of Subnautica 2, but they were shoved in by Krafton. So just like pounding and pounding, trying to sabotage this game left and right. Also, Krafton is owned partially by Tencent. Where is it? I saw it here. Yeah. Tencent. Yeah, they own 13% of it. So even more money involved. But trying to gather my thoughts here. Krafton tried to make sure this game wasn't successful. And they actually sent out tweets and announcements. They were the ones that actually sent out the announcement that of the early access for this month. Krafton did that against the court's requirement that this game be put back into, I can't remember the current CEO. It's Phil, I think his name is, of Unknown Worlds. He was supposed to be put back in project. He didn't even know about this. So when we all saw the announcement, well, some of us saw the announcement. I completely forgot about it until I was told the day before. But yeah, that was all Krafton's doing way back in the day. So this company has really had it out, all because this guy here, Kim Chang Hong, he wanted that 250 million for himself, most likely. And I had some other notes here. I don't think I really need them, but yes, this is something we all have wanted. We have been clamoring for years for this game, and it's early access, and look where it's sitting at. These are numbers that other developers, AAA developers, expected to have on day one. Assassin's Creed Shadows. We've shoved mixtape in the ground. We don't need to do that anymore. I'm trying to think of what other game. Dustborn. That was another one that just didn't get the numbers that was expected. I'm not going to mention Concord because that's become a meme for the internet. That's a game that seemingly doesn't even exist anymore because it was on a lie.
They dropped it. They probably destroyed the code on that game.
Someone's got it somewhere sitting on a hard drive. But yeah, they removed that one. They unexisted that game. And yet this game that, against all odds from the developers, the leakers, the journalists, and by journalists, I mean the YouTube people, who there was 5 channels specifically back in August of last year that put videos out. I was trying to find a screenshot of it. Maybe I can pull it up here. They put out videos with the big old flashy titles saying, do not buy this game. This game's dead on arrival. Yeah, I can't find it. It'd take too long to get. But there were plenty of people out there on YouTube and also probably other journalists as well. I'm sure Kotaku is one of them. I don't care to look it up right now because it's Kotaku. Why would I expend my energy for that? That wanted this game to fail. Days leading up to this, actually, no, the day of, Hutaro told me that the day this game dropped, there was a couple of channels that do the whole before you buy, and they like Photoshop like the guy that with his hands up, and they usually just replace it with another logo. But before you buy, watch this game. Here's what you need to know. And they're just shitting on the game 14 minutes after it came out. I was up till 2 a.m. last night doing a 2 to 3 minute video. You know that those people didn't even play the game before they put that video out. And yet somehow they're already claiming that they know everything about the game before you do. Yet they didn't even have access to it. A lot of people wanted this game to fail. Literally wanted this fucking game to fail. And we love it. It's doing good. Unknown World, I remember it was the 2010s when this game was still early access, like the first 2 years. Subnautica 1 was kind of a mess. It was an indie game. Like if you go play some of the indie games out there that just drop early access, there's some that are in really good condition, and then there's some that are they're early, like they're alpha. Why they're early access? You know, you kind of start asking yourself that question. Subnautica 1 was that game, unfortunately, but it got better. They did updates. They did qualities of life. They took away things that weren't needed. This team has really learned a lot. I'm just spewing all my love for this game because I've seen the before and afters. I've seen that they have implemented what they've learned with Subnautica 2 into this game. It's not perfect yet, but they have contained it properly to where they can work with what they have. And we can work with, like the people playing it, we are contained to where we're supposed to be. And honestly, I'm fine with that. There were parts of Subnautica 1 that you would go through and there would just be flat developer textures and brushes. And you could tell I was never supposed to be in this area. Markiplier has videos where Markiplier was never supposed to be in these areas. Literally, there's an open area and there's a statue of him. It's like, why is this here? This is not supposed to be here.
Yeah.
I love that.
I've seen the character creator for it, and I'm disappointed that there's no skin tight diving suits that accentuate curves.
They said they're going to add more to character creator. If we just covered that in the roadmap. We got first off, I had to step away, so I'm repeating something. I do apologize, but you got to understand that first off, Subnautica 2 was in a legal battle over ownership, and this with Crafton, whose CEO decided that AI was the best lawyer there ever was that money can buy. You know, the same amount of money that you pay for premium access to have more tokens for ChatGPT, like $29. I'm just putting that out there. And the whole concept was, how can I screw over these devs and not pay them for our deal of, if I remember correctly, if you make the game ready with a certain time frame for early access, we will give you $2.5 million. If I remember correctly.
Oh, it was 250 billion.
I stand corrected.
And that 250 million. You missed the part when I had talked about this. This was part of the contract when Crafton approached Unknown Worlds to buy the game or buy rights to the game. This was written in the contract. They had to give this out.
And if I remember correctly, the legal system wasn't the U.S. legal system. It was the Korean legal system that said, yeah, no, you better give the devs back their game. The devs are the owners of this game now. Now, during that whole time period, because of the legal battle, they couldn't do much to it. It was already ready for early access.
Yes.
All right. It was ready to go. What we're playing is the early access model with some changes, because there was some unofficial copies of the game leaking out. And they said, yeah, it changed. That's why I mentioned all that stuff. It's to let y'all know, even with all this controversy, it was still the most wishlisted game for months because they had a dedicated fan base, right? But they were they couldn't get into character creator. Character creator was planned for updates along the road. They wanted to give you the core concept of the game right off the bat. That's one thing they've learned from their previous two titles as an indie dev. Get the core concept of the game, then focus on quality of life. Character creation is quality of life. So will we see your breath sliders? It's a Western game, so I wouldn't hold my breath, but you might. We'll see where it goes. Do they have an Anidia Sarkeesian advising them on it? So far, I haven't seen any Anidia Sarkeesian advisements in the game. I make jokes, but
if that's a thing, someone will leak it. Someone will break that NDA and have no fucks to give. Yeah. So we'll find out.
We'll find out. But to answer, Mikey asked me on a DM, and he asked it here. Yes, Mikey, it's fucking good. All right. Yes. IGN gave it a 7, and they praised the story. I mentioned this before, and they downplayed the mechanics. But when we played it, there's a significant difference and improvement of those same mechanics. It's still the same mechanics. And I still bitch about not having stackable sizes, which makes sense. Like, it's a 2026 game. Everyone has stackable slots for inventory. It makes no sense of not having it at this point. But when you play the game, for example, one of the features they have in there now is a resource finder. You can find your resources faster.
Yes, that's another. Thanks for bringing that up. That was something that was introduced in the first one. It was a little janky because they did it over time and they kind of got it to work. Here, it works for everyone. Literally, Skytex got in the boat, his little tadpole, and he went out, and I would click on different resources once he gathered the previous one, and he would just go from point to point and find them, like I would click on there and I could actually see where they were out in the world in the HUD. So even though they say they're going to do HUD upgrades, like, they've already done a pretty damn good job with the HUD, I'll be honest there, but I'll take more stuff.
Yeah. And it's you could tell they actually they were motivated. First off, yes, they were motivated for that 250 million. Yeah, sure. Because the game looks fucking amazing. But they also learned from their past games. That's another thing about sequels. You can Assassin's Creed, right? You take the story out, everything else, it's still Assassin's Creed 1. It's just
Mhm.
they added more or fleshed out some of the mechanics over time. Before, obviously, Assassin's Creed ended up being RPG, lesbian revisionism that Marcus Alexis Cote loved, had a fetish over. All right. And bot, he says. Okay. Yes.
Nice.
But yeah, this game, like, it went for a lot of hell, but it was, you could tell between all three games, even though I think Sub-Zero was one that was most people said was not really the best of the first two titles, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's gonna go down in history as being just kind of a
Meh.
dud. Like maybe they were trying new things out, new game features, and maybe they got good feedback on how to implement those features, but just the game overall story mechanic, like even Jacksepticeye was like, it's okay. Like
Yeah.
as a Subnautica game, apparently from what I've seen, it's competent. Everything fires. The code does what it's supposed to. It's just not Subnautica 1.
Yeah. And Mikey decided to make people read as he usually does. He says, I'm off to go play that. Cheers.
Enjoy.
Yes. I was going
Y'all
to
almost
stream-
had me convinced to get it. I did make a move and put it on my wish list. You have almost convinced me to get it.
If Go Markiplier posted a video, the man who hates the ocean is playing Subnautica 2. He played it for like an hour or so. Go watch that for a little bit. That guy hates the ocean. And if he's loving it, there's got to be something about it.
See, that's my biggest deal is it's, and it ain't because of gooning reasons. I lost interest in
sure.
first person shooters a long time ago.
That's fair. I mean, a lot of people do. I would like to see some third person camera elements. But
Mods. Probably mods.
yeah, probably gonna be mods, but still, it's still a great game. I loved it. I loved it. See, but then again, I like games like this. For me, Subnautica, I like to play, like, this goes back to me as a kid with Pokemon Silver and Gold, right? When they had you could build your own base, a little hidden base, and you could make your own Pokeballs out of those nuts, Poke nuts, right? I would fantasize as my character living in the wild. Like, he beat the Pokemon League, he beat all the gyms, right? So what's left for him to do other than collect 251 Pokemon? Or I was like, well, in this story, he eventually got tired of it all and decided he was going to spend time studying Pokemon. So he left the civilization, lived in a hidden base, even though he's technically 10 years old, and made his own Pokeballs and just lived off in the wilds like that. Here with Subnautica, it gave me that same thing. You start off with nothing. You have literally nothing. In the first one, right? You escape the ship and you wake up and realize, oh shit, you're on a water planet. There's no dry land, and you have to find a way to survive and hope to be rescued. In the sequel, or sequels, the story may change because I'm trying not to do spoilers here, but the concept remains. You are on a water planet and you have to find a way to survive being a land-ridden creature. You had to survive. And it did well. You could start with nothing and you just build a base over time, right? That's why I like those kind of games. I just get to get lost. But as we continue, before I forget, because I will forget, we have a super chat from the Saint of Gooning.
All hail the patron saint of gooning!
Yes, that just paid me $1 just to give me shit. Probably because I didn't answer his DM right away. You know, being a fucking Tusunder and all that he is. But yes. Continuing on, in my video, I mentioned the core 3 pillars of game design or game theory. And you need rules, you need conflict, and you need interaction for it to be a game, right? And rules define the how the world, the game world itself, right? From the movement of chess pieces to in Subnautica, there's no landmass, right? You had to swim, you had to survive, you need oxygen, food, all that stuff, right? Then you have your conflict. The conflict is, again, there's no land and you have to survive. You have to feed yourself. You have to drink water. You have to hydrate. You need oxygen. Right?
Oxygen.
Oh my God. Was that
The amount of times that we've heard boop, boop, oxygen.
Yeah.
Shut up, lady.
Yeah. It gets annoying, but those are the rules. Those are the rules in a conflict. You need those things, right? And it creates a fail state, right? Yes, you die, right? But you still can continue the game. It still plays over, right? You respawn in another place. You have to go get your inventory items. You have to restart anything you did originally, right? You have to go all that way. So there's still a punishment for failing to master the game, right? Any interaction. Well, if I sat there and walked away, grabbed a slice of pizza, maybe some drinks, whatever, right? And come back and I wasn't interacting with the game, over time, I lose water, I lose food, and if I'm underwater, I lose oxygen. So I'll die anyway. So it punished me for not interacting with it. It punished me for interacting with it and not in a way that was stupid. Which, how many times have I died in that game?
We don't talk about it.
Yeah. Or even like another one was Paranormal Cleanup is the game I'm liking right now with Baz Inc. And we're trying to clean up things and the hunt will happen. And I realized there's no way for me to hide in a closet in time. So I tell the rest of the crew, I'm just going to let it happen. I was like, I'm just going to die as a good employee. I'm going to do my job until I'm dead. And I just like hoping that the monster doesn't see me, monster doesn't come near me, whatever. And I'm still wiping off wiping off blood or cleaning up pizza boxes, whatever, as the monster's running around and eventually kills me. Right? Like that's it has a fail state. And those things can be fun, but those are the three defining things of a game. Pressing a play button and watching it skip through so you don't have to do anything. Well, first off, there's no interaction other than after you pressing the one button, right? So it fails the interaction part of the three pillars. Then you have no fail safe. So even if you fail at doing something, the game still continues on like nothing happened, not respawning you and forcing you to go all the way back and do what you were doing in the first place. It's just, okay, you decided not to jump over this car. So therefore we're going to rewind it and do it again until you miss the car. So there's that. And then the rules, right? The rule is if you hit a car, you're supposed to die, right? In game over, reset the level. There's no rules here. There's no the rules in like, for example, for like mixtape or VNs, there's no rules. You just press the play button. Now, there's a rule, but there's no rules that supports the other three pillars. Therefore, in all three events, not being acknowledged, it's not a game. And yet mixtape gets all this hype, right? But only has 400 to 500 players. Yet Subnautica has its own issues and still gets 90% overwhelming reviews, massive player counts, all this stuff. Even in Unreal Engine 5, might I add.
Yes, we're willing to sacrifice our despise of Unreal 5, and we're going to grit and bear it until the beatings will continue until our morale improves.
Mm-hmm.
Because we enjoy this series. We enjoy this. And that's a thing that has been lacking for the last, I'm going to say 5 to 10 years, is to where we're going to shove out of the way the bullshit of the engine, the drama with the publisher, whatever politics might be. That there's politics in the game, I'm sure. Like there's bickering between people, but we're willing to shove away all that because we know what came before was great. And we're willing to.
I'm going to be a
go
hint
through it
of
again.
one politics in the game that's in every game that wasn't focused on politics, but still has some sort of politics without ruining the story. This story does have corpo dystopia.
Yes. I got some serious Wayland Yutani vibes from this.
There was a lot of like, whoa, you're a debt slave, basically corporal employee, right? You're respawn. You're basically like a clone. You're a clone of yourself, a digital imprint of yourself being cloned to another body. That's not spoiling the story, but that's just telling you parts of the elements of the story, so y'all know, because there's more to it than just that. But it explains the game's mechanic and the story, right? So there you have two pillars joining together and supporting each other. It explains mechanics, explains this and that. But they chose the corporal dystopia angle. So there is some politics in the game, but it doesn't browbeat you and shame you for it like most woke games, which we will probably cover when Dash gets back. What makes a game woke? Right now, we're just discussing what makes a game.
Can I make a comparison? Because I mentioned it once. This is Dear Esther.
Mm-hmm.
I take issue with the fact that they call it adventure game, but that's not the editor's fault. That's just a link they put in there. This follows the same exact path, seemingly, of Mixtape. Where is it? It's narrative focus with almost no interactions between the player and the world. A design which was controversial on release, but later proved influential, obviously. But also received positive reviews from critics and is credited as popularizing the walking simulator of the 2010s. I can attest to that. It made it popular. There were other games that did it. I can't think of one at the moment from the time. There's games that have come out since then.
I think Hellblade was from around that time.
Okay. Maybe that one, yeah.
That's a walking. I played that game. That's a walking simulator. It had an interesting story, and at the same time, it was kind of weird. I was like, I didn't like it. I was expecting to fight bad guys. Yeah, you get to fight some, but it didn't really feel like combat. I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I didn't understand it. I was like, this is not fun for me. I still played it though. There's
walking simulators that have been good. I'm going to pull one up here. I'm just going to put bring the story. It's a very short game. Like it's shorter than Mixtape. This literally, you walk forward and the story just kind of unfolds itself in front of you. It's made by this guy, Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to spoil very much, but yeah, it goes into kind of the life of the dev of depression and what comes potentially with depression.
Oh wow! And it was a game about depression, and it had positive reviews. It's almost as if like a certain game called Depression Quest wasn't horrible because people didn't like hearing about depression. It was probably because the devs actually sucked at the game and cried to the UN about it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not talking about Zoe Quinn whatsoever.
No. But this is another one that's a walking simulator that it kind of shocked me. It wasn't what I thought it would be. I thought this would be just kind of like an asset flip. It's very heavily stylized. Like, you see that like real messed up graphics. That's how it is in game, but it's fine. You're meant to just get the initial idea of what it's supposed to imply. It doesn't need to be perfect. So walking simulators can be done well. And as like Vistra mentioned, very positive. So
now
make your game good.
I haven't played the game, but before we do, you have a good night, Alan Jones. We lost another one to Subnautica 2. Just putting that out there.
Thanks for joining, Alan.
I haven't played this game. I'm just acknowledging what I see on the Steam page, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you played this game?
I have.
What's the gameplay mechanics in there?
You hold the W button and you can look around with your mouse. That's it. It's extremely simple. I don't even think you can
Does
jump.
it continue if you don't interact with it? So like if you stop holding the W button or looking around?
No.
So the story progresses as the player interacts with the keys.
Yes. Per my memory, yes. You can stop and you can even go backwards, I think, for a short bit.
So there's no skip button that automatically slides for the dialogue.
No.
You have to interact with the game.
Exactly.
Is there a fail state?
No, you don't die.
Is there some sort of conflict within the game for you to, as the player, not as the story, but is there a conflict for the player? Like if you like, for example, right? If you're playing Tetris, right, and you don't interact, right? Eventually, the blocks fill up the thing, and game over, right? That's a fail state, right? Because you got to keep making those combos to keep yourself from overfilling the state.
I don't think there's a fail state in this.
Because there are simulators, right, like Farming Simulator, where there's not an actual official fail state, but the fail state is not investing your money wisely. So the fail state is time and money, the economic sense. Goat Simulator has fail states, and it's more of an I can't even say it right. It's not ergonomic, but there's another. Basically, when the fail state is the player choices, right? It's still a fail state, right? There's still a fail state. That's another key thing about games is games have a fail state. So in this case, we do acknowledge from what you're saying, there is player interaction and there are rules. So there might not be a fail state, but like with other simulators, one pillar might be the weakest, but it relies heavily on two other pillars to be called a game. In this case, we're acknowledging that there is a fail state of the game won't continue until you press the button, the rules, to interact with the game, player interaction.
Yeah, you could probably walk away from for an hour and nothing would happen, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, hang on.
Like, I'm not trying to turn this into a game. I'm saying I'm looking at the rules of game as a game designer and saying, I'm asking you who played it, are these in there? And from what you're saying it sounds like
I think no, but something happens. I hope I'm not confusing this with another game, but something happens, I think, where no, I don't want to say for certain. That might be a different. There was a game where if you didn't progress forward, if you think back to the never-ending story of like the nothing coming at you, it's been years. Like this came out in 2022. It's been years since I played it. So I don't want to say if it does or not. So I'm going to say it doesn't until I replay it or like someone just says, "Oh, I played it. You're wrong." So I'm going to say
what you recall. That's what we're going to end up going with it. It does have some elements of gameplay in it to call it a game. Like there's a distinction there. Some. Yes. Senua's, I can't remember her name, but the Hellblade game that I was talking about, the walking simulator. It does have fail states. It's a walking simulator through and through. You can die in the game. All this stuff. The character can't move unless you make it move. The story won't progress until you meet certain requirements. It's a game. It may not be a game I like. It's a walking simulator, for crying out loud. But it's a game. Same with The Longest Walk. That's something different than, say, press the play button and let the game progresses without you doing a single thing. Or press start game, not doing anything, and it just continues on without your interaction, regardless if you're supposed to do something or not. It does the mixtape, for like I said, I'm going to keep mentioning this so many times. Mixtape makes its choices regardless of player input. For a game to be a game, for players to enjoy it, there needs to be a certain amount of involvement and investment from the player into the game for the player to be like, this game is fucking awesome. Not this music will make you feel things about the old you, or the story is so fucking amazing. It's a coming of age story. Those are great. Don't get me wrong. It has some great visual things, sure, whatever. But it's not a game. It's a movie.
You mentioned the music, and I was trying to look up because I'm one of those that I don't think I listen to a single song that is claimed to be in this game, because I was one of those rebels where I was full on in electronic. Like we're talking the kind of Eiffel 65 stuff that people didn't even know about.
I think I remember My Own Worst Enemy. Yeah.
Lenny Kravitz. Okay. I know that one. Okay. So I know one. I listened to one. Oh, Third Eye Blind. Okay.
Yeah. They don't have Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls. They don't have TLC in there. That was overly played a lot. They don't have Britney Spears in there. That's another 90s popularity song period. They don't have Nirvana, grunge rock, because that time period we when I was watching Pouty play it, we established was from the early 90s, 1993, around that time period. So that means grunge rock should have been popular, which a lot of these songs that I heard, I was like, I'm hearing for the first time, and I grew up in the 90s. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, I remember we had. This is going to be telling what I had for albums. We had Backstreet and NSYNC, all the boy bands, 90 Degrees, 5, Britney, Christina. Ace of Base was doing their second or third album by that point. We had a lot of mainstream music out there.
And I think also Smashing Pumpkins was it? Smashing Pumpkins was the one I did today. Was their first? Was their major hit? Yeah. Because they were today was a great band because they were the writer was struggling. The band was about to fall apart. Like everything was going wrong for him when he made that song. And yet today is the best day. Like it was the irony of that song. It became the #1 hit and literally made the best day for the rest of their lives.
Damn.
I
found another one. Vitamin C. I remember that.
Iggy Pop. Okay, there's Iggy Pop.
I knew of the White Stripes, but I never listened to them.
I don't think White Stripes got popular until the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, it was later.
But the story takes place in the early 90s. Is that we know? Is what we noticed.
Y'all are talking about people that I've heard of, never listened to. I was Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Metallica. I'm talking old school Metallica before Enter Sandman.
Oh yeah, like those were mainstream that
I listened to.
Yeah, this is stuff that probably came out at the time, but would have been in CD and record stores off in its own corner that no one really gave a shit about. But and technically because it came out.
Yeah, and teenagers, mostly teenagers, probably wouldn't give a shit about it either.
Like I didn't, but again, like I have a biasness. I was more electronic. Ace of Base. I have 65.
Well, no, most teenagers were trendy for when it came to like the popular music because all their friends talked about it. You remember?
Yes.
The most trendy time of your life is usually going to be your teenage years because you're trying to be cool. You're trying to do this, all this other stuff. You want to fit in and want to be popular. It wasn't until I would say for most teenagers, unless you were like goth like me, like even us, we were still had our popular cliques in the goth subculture, but you weren't trying to be your own person until after college. At least in my experience, I just didn't give a shit. But even when I didn't give a shit, mixtape was not something that I would actually say related to me at all. I told Patty, I couldn't even I watched 1 hour. I told Patty, I was like, I can't watch any more of this shit. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Yeah.
So either you have to be a glutton for punishment or an idiot to play 3 hours of that gameplay and say it's good.
If it was $5, I would have bought it out of just sheer morbid curiosity. But for $18, I'd rather just go eat Taco Bell. To be honest.
No, you know what? For $5, I would play that Dragon Song game. It's $5.
Yep, there we go.
The Spiral clone. We'll call it that, the Spiral clones.
I'd rather have started smoking again than play that game.
Smoke what? Crack, pot, or tobacco?
Yes.
Smokes, man. Marlboros, special select short reds.
But yeah,
I know I'm not advertising for them.
No,
but
if anything,
that's what I used to smoke.
We're going to advertise Camels, if anything.
All right, so we established that some narrative games, certain narrative media can be a game. Dear Esther was not one of them.
No, I don't care what this is on Wikipedia. That's there by technicality.
Mm-hmm.
People still don't consider this an actual game because, yeah, like you said, this doesn't include all the pillars of gameplay that I don't. Have you played Dear Esther?
No, I don't play non-games.
There's
way. Actually, hold on. Let me put it this way. I will point to why. Give me a second. Let me go to my profile here. There's a specific title. I was gifted this title. Okay. And I gave it a review.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah. I just gotta find it. Just give me a second. There it is.
Sex with Hitler.
No,
that has gameplay mechanics.
That has gameplay mechanics. No, this is something I can actually say. I just had to find it. So let me get to it. Let me scroll down to it. Now that I found it. I don't do a lot of reviews. Usually I do in-depth reviews, right? I destroyed this game. All right. I'm gonna take yours down so I can show mine.
Yep.
Plus I also want to test if this works. What some of the things I've done for optimization. This is my review for Vampires of the Masquerade Shadows New York. I was gifted this, not by a fan. It was just someone that thought I might like this. 0.4 hours on record, 0.3 hours at review time, right? Got this as a gift. It's a VN, not something I consider a game or something I enjoy, but gave it a chance because I like dark themed games and stories. I really wanted to enjoy this game, but it sucks. And I'm being honest here, okay? This is honest me. Pretty boring. Writing is bland. Choices don't actually seem to make much of a difference. Honestly, press control key fit first playthrough, chose top choices, then second playthrough, bottom choices, then 1 to shoot or not shoot, then bottom choices, and then go bottom choices, don't shoot. You will have all achievements in 19 minutes. So I tell you how to get all the achievements, right? There's no mechanics to this. All right. Because, yeah, the writing is so bad and cringe, they gave you an achievement for sticking with it over the course of the story, not for the choices you make until the end. Each achievement is basically you've reached this chapter of the story. That's all it is. Which isn't much of an achievement. If it wasn't gifted, I would have refunded since I still have under 2 hours to do so per Steam policy, but I have integrity, so I won't even bother. Feel free to disagree, but this VN was really bad and a perfect example of why I don't play VNs normally. But hey, I got the achievements. Only 12% of people who had this VN can say that. I actually cited the rarest achievements. So I'll never have to grudgingly come back to finish. I uninstall, hide from my library, maybe other VTN games, Masquerade to Masquerade, and VNs are better. I do not know, but this, no. And this was from 2024. This wasn't some me making this statement recently. This is from, I've been consistently had this viewpoint for 2 years, right? I talk about the mechanics. The mechanics are you hit skip, you just make a different choice each playthrough, and you'll get all the achievements. That's the mechanics. That's all the mechanics are. I talk about the story. The writing is bland. So I read the story, or I heard it. I can't remember. But the writing was bland. None of your choices really make a difference. It gives you an alternate ending, sure, but there's not really much of a difference. There's nothing to make you feel about this game. It was very depressing, very pretentious, just that, right? But that has the same level of bullshit as both Mixtape nowadays and Dear Esther back in, what was it, 2010, 2008?
Let's see here, 2012.
Yeah. So, yes, it's the same mentality. That's why I say VNs aren't and narrative games aren't really games. They're just choose your own adventures in digital format. Yeah, you can say. I mean, you can look there. It says, but Levistro, it was made in Unity engine. Well, if you watch my video on Mixtape, I say just because you use the tools of the trade does not mean you understand, comprehend, or know about the trade itself. You could make a VN novel in Unity. Disney used Unreal Engine to make the CGI for their Marvel and Star Wars movies. Does that make the Marvel movies a game? No. Just pointing that out there. Mostly positive reviews, but it's a VN.
It's not gonna. So I'm not logged in on this, but on my actual Steam, it had the audacity to say, similar to games you played, Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Which game? What?
This VN novel called Shadows of New York. It's not a game. It's a VN. It's you could skip the whole VN. Now, I will say, because I want to give an advanced example here. Mikey and another one of my friends, right? They like to give me Gooner games. And we know what I mean by Gooner games because you called me out on it. All right. For my birthday, he gave me a game. I'm not going to show it because it's a rogue game. Okay. But here it is. Love, Sex, Second Base. All right. It's a VN style game, but it's a game because you have activities. You have to determine, you have to figure out how to get to certain areas, and your choices matter, right? So when you do a dialogue, your choices actually matter. You can lose a girl, you can gain a girl, all that stuff. There's risk and rewards, the whole 9 yards. And it's an activity game in a VN style. So I'm like, okay, this would be considered a game for me, not because I want to make a Gooner game a game, but because the game actually has mechanics. It has risk factors. It has the basic traits and characteristics of a game in a visual novel format. It's still a narrative-driven game. Are there non-Gooner games that are like that? I'm pretty sure. But Shadows of New York ruined it for me. I was like, I'm not going to play a VN game. And I look for story-rich games. But it says right there, visual novel, story-rich. So if I see story-rich and visual novel together for any game, I will never get it. I will never get it. You would have to buy it for me. And I'm like, yeah, it's actually a game. I would have to admit there's a game because it would have mechanics. Or I'll be like, no, I'm going to reject this. Or I won't even get it because visual novels for me are just not a game. They're like a movie.
Visual novel is something that you could put into a game as part of, like, Mass Effect 2 and 3 did this. They had the visual novel where you could literally write the lore that explained the previous plot points in, as it was also kind of refreshing. It was multi purpose. It was refreshing you on what previously had happened, but also how do you want to progress with this? Do you want your character to be known as going after Liara or whoever, or do you want to just abstain and like just focus on the mission? Like, it gave you those options, but it was a small little tiny section in the beginning of the game, and then it fucked off once it was done. You can do that.
And here's what I'm going to say. The visual novel basically uses one type of mechanic. That's games. The dialogue system.
Oh, yeah.
See, look at the screen. Julia, the name of the NPC. You had the visual appearance of the physical representation of the NPC, her image, and then her dialogue. I see. Well, have a good night. Yep. That's your dialogue system. That's all it has in it. Like I said, CGI uses for like Star Wars, that they use Unreal Engine, just like in games. That's all they use. When you have a game, you have different mechanics, more than one mechanic. You have your core mechanic, but saying, oh, it has multiple choice systems, that's a choose your own adventure. That also emulates, like the argument people made is that visual novels and games like mixtape are games because player interaction, and it's hard to emulate in movies and books. Well, I hate to break it to these people, but choose your own adventures have been emulating this since before visual novels were a thing. If you choose to run from the goblin, or do you choose to fight? If you choose to run, turn to page 34. You ran, and he cuts off your balls. Game's end of the story. The end. Page 35. You squash the goblin. You save the world from the goblin. The end. Right? Same thing. Same thing with visual novels. It's just instead of pushing a button, you just turn a page, right?
Mhm.
I forget where it's going with this. There's another thing. Oh yeah, if the logic of just solely interaction, right? Turning the page, pressing the skip button, pressing the next button, right, was what makes a game, then TurboTax is game of the year. I mentioned this in my video because it has a progress bar and you have to press next to reach the end of of filing your taxes.
And
By
there
their
absolutely
logic.
is a fail state in that game.
Yeah, the fail state is basically if you don't file your taxes, you don't play TurboTax, you're going to jail for not filing your taxes. And if you play it wrong, if you file your taxes wrong, you're going to jail anyways. But yeah, but no, my point is like TurboTax, because there's a progress bar and an end state, it would be game of the year. So clearly there are rules and traits that define what a game is my point I'm making, especially in the video I made, because that's in my video.
Yeah.
But I kept asking if you played it because I wanted your take on it because I figured you'd find it interesting, and you kept saying I'll watch it, and you don't. So
Every time I would have it up and I'd get distracted.
yeah,
I'll watch it right after we get done with the stream because I have to
that's
go.
what you said last night or the night
And
before
I didn't.
last.
And I didn't because I'm an idiot.
You sit on a throne of lies.
I don't even have a throne. It's just
You don't have a toilet?
it's a hole in
the
the
man's
ground of
throne.
lies. It's a hole in the ground.
Yeah, but you never heard of the toilet being the man's throne?
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's right over there. It's on a shelf, folded up.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I think like we need to I'm trying to figure out how to get this back to Subnautica. I've been feeling epically.
We've proven that games can be games. Or
Yeah.
game. We know what a game is.
Yeah,
Mixtape is not a game, it's a visual novel. It would have been fine as a visual novel.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the part that people are probably missing is that we're not saying that this is like a terrible thing that should be burned and completely undone.
Well, hold on. Let's change the screen because this one I think we could all agree should be burned and never ever mentioned ever again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I will say that I will say, see, I'm not giving Mixtape a lot of shit. I'm saying it's still better than Vampire the Masquerade Shadows of New York. I'm saying at least it's better than that.
Yeah. Yeah, we won't confuse the short algorithm. Mixtape doesn't need to be burned and completely undone.
Yeah.
It would have been like I said before, it would have been fine as an actual indie game where it was properly reviewed legitimately without gift boxes and money being shoved in someone's ass crack in order to get a 9 or a 10. It would have been
Are you
gone.
calling the dev's owner a stripper?
No comment.
I mean, because I'll shove a dollar bill up her ass crack too. I mean, it's just hot enough.
But instead, what we got was a bunch of people who claim to know games better than we do saying, "You're wrong. This is amazing. You should totally enjoy this." And then try to gaslight us when we didn't. Like that's our big issue here. That's the issue that I think some people like Smash AT, like they're so deep in the horse shit of what the fuck is this? They're not realizing this thing, this visual novel Mixtape, it sounds like it's a competent piece of media in its own right that does deserve to exist. Like I put The Longest Walk. That is whatever that developer wanted to make. Like it can be what it wants, but don't try and shove it in our face and say this is game of the year. No. And people are joking saying, "Oh yeah, this is absolutely going to be game of the year." I don't know if it is, but I wouldn't put it past some organization to say, "Yes, we're absolutely doing that." Because there's clearly this tug of war. It's pretty fucking clear. There's a tug of war between journalists, gamers, developers. We're all trying to decide what actually is a game, and it's just a mess. It's a fucking nightmare.
Well, no. See, I'll disagree with you there. They're trying to redefine a game. Games were defined, and I put this out in my video, since Moncalas. Games were defined for 3,000 years. When gamers say this isn't a game, They're not making the rules. They're not the elitists. They're saying, hey, there are rules that were in place that define a game long before any of us was born. I'm going to show something here, all right? Because I mentioned this in my video, but I'm going to show something here. Because I thought about this, and I started mentioning this. So a connoisseur is an expert judge or keen appreciator who has a deep, cultivated understanding of the fine arts. Games are arts, right? Cuisine, fine wines, or any subject where matters of taste and discrimination are involved. What are games? If you like this, Bo likes a certain game. He has a certain taste, right? And discriminates other games by only playing that specific style of game. You and me are the same boat. Some people like TPS, some people hate TPS. Some people like FPS, some people hate FPS, right? Doesn't matter. They all share the traits that make a game. While visual novel people and mixtape people are trying to say their version fits the definition of a game, right? I'm going to first explain this. I have different tabs here, so just excuse me. I'm just going to do it this way. A cinephile is a person with deep passionate love for cinema as an art form, so like movies. They appreciate films critically, evaluating director, cinematography, and theory rather than just for passive entertainment. So you and I would be a passive movie goer. We don't consider the fine natures. We go to watch a quick a movie for what it is, right? We'll watch a sloppy made movie just for the popcorn value of time wasting, right? Just to waste our time and have some entertainment, right? Mm-hmm. We don't think about the cinema, right? Then you have, and I know I'm going to butcher this, so I hope I don't butcher it like I did in my videos where I had to say blind expert, but an oenophile, okay? An oenophile is a lover, aficionado, or connoisseur that we mentioned earlier of wine. The term comes from the Greek words oinos, wine, and philos, loving. While the word can refer to professionals like sommeliers, right? It is most commonly described as anyone with a deep passion for tasting, collecting, and learning about wine. They're not going to say, I like Walmart wine, the box wine, because the package is pretty, right? They're going to say, I like this Bordeaux from 1848 because of the taste and the process of how they made the grapes back then. They give you the story of how the wine is the wine, like why it's so good, the quality of that wine, right?
Yeah.
So I asked Google, what's a gamer? All right. Keep all those definitions in mind. A gamer is broadly defined as a person who plays interactive games such as video games, tabletop role-playing games, or skill-based card games as a hobby or profession. The gaming community and general population often divides categories into subsexual groups. The casual gamers I keep mentioning, right? They play games for quick entertainment. Remember what we talked about cinephiles. There's the people that are passionate about movies and the people that just go watches it for a cheap thrill, right? Core, mid-core, right? Individuals who play regularly and have a strong interest in the hobby may not dedicate their entire lifestyle to it, right? Hardcore gamers, that's probably where we're at, are heavily dedicated players who invest a significant amount of time, up to 20 plus hours a week, into mastering complex games. Mastering games means skill, means interaction, completing achievements, or engaging deeply with gaming communities, right?
There's no section there for decompiling the code.
Yeah. They do the cultural debate. Any strict definitions of gamer require a person to play regularly on a dedicated hardware like PC consoles or VR systems. Then they say the inclusive view, because gaming is more accessible now than ever. Most dictionaries define gaming as typically as anyone who actively plays and enjoys games, which is why we had this problem. When I say modern audience, I'm not meaning Smash 18 and Hypnotic's definition of the woke crowd, which, that's the original terminology for it. But you got to remember, corporations also we're making games for a more modern audience, the more modern player, right? But this
that has a different.
It has a different definition. It's corpo speak. If you're going to acknowledge that corporations want to squeeze you for every nickel and dime you have, every penny you're worth, then modern player isn't the 1% of the world's population that has a rainbow in their home. a rainbow flag in their home. No, the modern audience is, when you consider it, this isn't the 1990s where not everyone had a game console. Everyone in America at least has a game console in their house. Everyone that has a PC plays a game. So that means the more casual player, people who would play a game that's more popular, like the AAA games, right? That will play just for the cheap thrill, but they don't have time or don't want to spend time, 20 out plus hours, mastering it. They just want to get through it so they can go on to the next. These are the people that will play Call of Duty, the online games, right? They will play those games. Why? Because you don't need skill. You're just going PvP. I mean, yeah, there is skill involved in PvP, but you're not really mastering the mechanics. You're just, is your skill better than the other player's skill? That's why it's not fun for me. There's no challenge there, because sometimes, you might have, like, for example, Karis, you might have a quicker reaction time than me. How can I beat that skill? If I'm blind as a bat and you have a quicker reaction time, I'm going to be at disadvantage every time, right? Doesn't matter what I do. But if I'm playing against a computer, there are ways where I can be like, okay, this computer is not a human, therefore it has a pattern. I just have to master this pattern. Hence, Dark Souls games, Souls-like games, right? Which everyone tries to say, oh, because my game is super hard, it's Souls-like. No, just because your game is super hard does not make it Souls-like. It just means that you broke your difficulty scaling. Looking at you, Arrowhead. Looking at you, even when your CEO is also saying, our difficulty scaling is insane and needs to be fixed. That's not that you have a good difficulty scaling that's actually hard and only the true gamer can pass. It means your system is broken. All right.
I wonder where they would put the Thief series in this.
I don't know.
Especially Thief 2, where you didn't have an automated GPS. You had to go find the map. You had to find the compass.
And I'll say it's like, you can have automated systems and GPS. That's fine. But you still have to follow pillars to games. The game needs you to develop a skill and mastery of that skill within the game. It doesn't have to be a digital game. We're talking Candyland. You have to know the mastery of that skill. You have to know Monopoly. People that are accused of cheating are actually, if you plan ahead, right? Especially like with chess, right? If you plan ahead in those board games, you can run the board early on. That's what Monopoly is designed for.
I was never good at that.
Neither was I. I was good at fucking with everybody, make them think I was good at the game. But okay, you remember that joke I made about the Jewish girlfriend? I'm not gonna mention too much about it. I did have a Jewish girlfriend, but that was not related to that. All right, so I'm just gonna let you know that, okay? But I would have her come with me when we had game night, and she didn't like playing Monopoly, but she would come by, and this is back when social media was just getting popular for Twitter phones and stuff, right? So like, I was still in the Army. That was 2010, I think, just 2011, somewhere around there, probably before I met my now ex-wife. But she would go by, and she because she was Jewish and never knew she was Jewish, she'd be like, you don't want to buy that one, you want to buy that one. So people thought that she was helping me in a way to get rich quick in the game because she was Jewish and she was studying economics. Therefore, she was going to help me with Monopoly. But the thing about Monopoly is it is nowhere near, it's a joke about capitalism or corporatism, actually. It's not based on any economic model. So the only way I won was by fucking with people. So they would go and hurry up and buy that one, or if she seemed to be interested in that particular tile that I was landing next to, they would hurry up on their turn and buy that one as well. And I would win by being the only one with money because she was fucking with everybody.
Damn.
But no, the point I'm trying to make here is that there's a definition of gamer, right? And it is, you have to be passionate about games. You have to have skill. Just like a cinephile and onophile, there's a certain trait. Game journalists don't have that skill. I mean, look at I put it in the video. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not gonna go look it up anymore. But look at the Doritos post, Jeff Keighley.
I really don't want to.
When you recall that picture, right, for Doritos Gate, even journalists said everything wrong with our profession is in one picture. Even game journalists, the old ones that left or were canceled later, noted that Jeff Keighley was buying out. He was not critiquing games based on the mechanics. It was the cinematics, and everything was a 9 out of 10. This followed him when he had Melanie Mac. And no, I'm not trying to do a quartering here. I'm just saying, yes, Melanie Mac and him were best buds. She was his co-host for a YouTube channel sponsored by Tostitos or Torinos. If you just go watch the video, you'll see it, where they were still doing about optics and presentation, because Melanie Mac always held a little card that told her what to say on the script, right? And he was still saying this gives a 9 out of 10, never looking at the actual mechanics. And then what did he say? You're going. Let's look. You want another option? Let's go look at this year or this past year. High Guard. This game is going to be the best game ever. It was the surprise reveal on the Video Game Awards last year, and he said everyone's going to apologize to him because it's going to be the bestest game ever because of cinematics, and it shut down. No one apologized. He's still waiting for an apology. Game journalists have been doing this for years. They are not gamers. They want the political soapbox. They want the clout of being an expert. This is why they hate YouTubers. It's not just because we called out their political bullshit. It's because while they were saying this game is awesome because it has a black character or a non-binary character, we're saying this game sucks because the mechanics are broken. This game sucks because this gameplay is boring and it's not fun. We're the gamers. We're the ones that know what a game is. That's why Mixtape got all that hype, but received so much backlash, and yet Subnautica 2 sold 2 million copies in 12 hours. That's just my take on it. What do I know? I'm just a dragon that doesn't wear any pants.
You weren't wearing pants in that tadpole.
Yep. I mean, I'm in water. I don't have to worry about it. I don't know why people put trunks on when you go swimming anyways. It makes no sense. You're just going to get them wet.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yep, I'll bring your thing back up. But yeah, you mentioned, maybe I wasn't here for it. Maybe you already covered it, but you mentioned something about Taru, your girlfriend, Taru. She shared a before you buy video or something like that.
She was sent it because the algorithm was like kicking up with a bunch of Subnautica stuff, and she was sent a video. It was one of those before you buy, which I wasn't gonna go look the damn thing up. I've seen that they're like from Gamer Rants or one of those kinds of channels.
Yeah,
and she had mentioned it. I think she watched it, and she was kind of following the timeline because she likes Subnautica enough that she was watching like the release timeline and videos and whatnot. The video was put, obviously the video had been completed like the day prior, or at least in the early morning, before the game was even technically released, unless they happened to get a hold of the leaks, and that's how they based their review. See, like, I didn't know about the leaks until just this show. I had no clue that it was leaked internally, but I wasn't looking for it. I was like, I'll get the game when I get the game. I'm not looking for anything early. I'm not looking for spoilers. So I wonder if they went through and found the leaks and were like, this is what the final game's going to look like. I have the Half-Life 2 leaked beta from 2003. It has stuff that the final version does not have, and vice versa. So for them to put out a video condemning its existence based on bad information is laughable. It really is.
Really? I'm sorry. I gotta mute my mic. The cat, I think he got stuck again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I'll be right back. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't want to trigger you up. I will say though that we've seen this a lot, especially journalists and even news going back to the 80s. They want to be the first one to publish something, right?
Yep.
And we mentioned journalist ethics. Then we see it also with YouTubers. Like, for example, people were mentioning that there's still the Humble Bundle is still funding Anita Sarkeesian. I'm not trying to mention her again. I'm just using an example. It's one of the recent things because she came up again. I look into it. Humble Bundle hasn't funded her since 2023, and I keep mentioning, if I'm telling you this that you're incorrect on this one, it's not me trying to own you. It's me showing I'm actually respectful. Because if you are an idiot and you say, water is purple and the sky is pink. I'm not gonna say actually the sky is blue and the sky and water is blue. I'm just gonna say this idiot. I'm just gonna make a video and say this idiot thinks that sky and water is purple and pink. I'm not gonna show you. If I'm telling you this, it's me actually showing you respect to give you a chance to correct yourself. I don't know where you got your source, right? You didn't, but it tells me you didn't verify your source, or it gives you a chance to show me where your source is, so I could change my mind, right? That's why I say, hey, you need to come clean. This is not right. But we don't see that with a lot of people these days, and
No.
they want to be the first, and they want to say, or maybe they hate crafting or something. So you want to have that, but it's also because it goes right. Either way, it goes right back to journalists during the venture capitalist days. Rage bait articles to generate clicks for dollars. That's exactly what we are. Okay. When you don't like my video or Karras' video or Bo's video, and you hit the thumbs down button, or you comment on it, and I comment back, and you comment again, you're actually playing into what I want as a content creator. You disliked it. You already gave me your view hours. I got view hours. Now you disliked it, which means it goes to the feed. Now you commented, so I comment. It goes more into the feed. Then I comment again. It goes into the algorithm again. I know enough about the algorithms to know that the more interaction something gets, the more people watch it. But when people aren't interacting with it, they aren't viewing it, they aren't doing anything to it, it just slowly falls down. This is why I don't give those type of people interaction. This is why they have rage bait articles. This is why I don't try to do rage bait. Even if it looks like rage bait, I actually say why something failed. I give my opinion on it. And if I'm dunking on something, well, it probably deserves to be dunked. I don't know about Karras, but that's just my end. But that's the secret of content creation.
Well, you said something that it reminded me of another part that I was trying to go into my memory of.
Yeah, I will come back to you on that one. I forgot I still had that cat meowing at me.
Go take care of the cat thing. I'm just looking at the mixtape wiki here, and I don't know where this is coming from. John Hughes. I don't know this obsession that people have currently, which, I mean, Bo, did you watch a lot of John Hughes movies? I did not.
Oh. No.
Like, I know of these movies. I mean, yeah, Home Alone. I guess I'm fine with that one. That was...
I thought Home Alone was dumb as hell.
It was intended to be. John Hughes wrote it, but Chris Columbus directed it. So, like, it's kind of a Empire Strikes Back thing where you've got, like, two really creative minds that are going to give a very specific output. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, I really didn't care for that. It kind of annoyed me. Weird Science, whatever. Breakfast Club and 16 Candles, to this day, I still confuse the two because they seem like exactly the same movie. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, I didn't know he did that. Uncle Buck, okay. I don't like that movie. That's annoying. Everything about Chevy Chase's Clark Griswold is just... Clark is an asshole. I don't like Clark. I can't stand to watch him. But I get this kind of movie, yet to have this as part of your marketing seems a little odd. Like John Hughes is not what I thought of growing up in the 80s. Like John Carpenter is who I thought of as a film director growing up in the 80s. Or Steven Spielberg, George Lucas. Like those are directors that come to mind. But I'm probably biased. So I don't get this one. Similar to the work of John Hughes, like what? I'm splitting hairs, but I don't get why that comparison was there. I was looking for something else. I wanted to compare just to. I almost said Dister. Yes, Dister. That's totally what I wanted. But it seems to follow a very similar narrative adventure game. Where's the Yep, received generally favorable reviews. Oh, critical acclaim. So they worded it different. But yeah, essentially they're giving it high reviews by critics. This is what they wanted to lock this in. I wanted to look up this company here because I wanted to see what exactly, like, what is their deal? I looked them up a little bit before, but I didn't fully. Yeah, I know they published Stray. They did not develop Stray. But they have quite a lineup of stuff that they published. But there's also, this is where I think there's a little push. There's a little bit of the nudge in there from the publisher to the developer, because there's a very specific art style that seems to follow. Which that probably isn't saying much, because some there's some publishers that I follow on Twitter. They publish very specific games. Like they, it be it pixel art, be it isometric. Like some publishers stick very much to a wheelhouse. Some publishers don't. But this one very much has a specific art style.
Go back up. I don't know. I just got back in. Oh, yeah, you're on the right. Okay. I recommended that game.
Yes, Stray was good.
Yeah,
but Stray is an interesting one. I was mentioning that this publisher seems to have a very specific art style that I don't know if it's something that they pick or if they nudge into this. Because like I was looking at everything here. This has very similar. No, that wasn't it. It was Reception. Like they word it differently, but the gist is like this is locked in history as, oh, it's generally favorable. It's good. This is now locked in history. Nothing's going to change this.
Actually, I hate to break it to you, but academia, I'm talking about universities, you know, the people that you think are smart, right? If they're smart, right? If they're smart, then how come they don't consider Wikipedia an authoritative source?
Exactly.
So it may be locked in history, but there's a reason why they don't consider it an authoritative source. It's because anyone can edit it at any time.
Oh yeah. Oh, I get that.
So I know you said locked in history. I'm not trying to correct you. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out for the viewers. This is why I don't cite Wikipedia. When I do my videos, I do my damnedest not to cite Wikipedia unless I can find something to support what they're saying.
Oh, absolutely. I'm doing this kind of out of like a stupid comparison because, like, again, Dear Esther, I know the reaction to Dear Esther, but Dear Esther, if you didn't know any better, you go to the reception and you'd think, oh, it's generally favorable. It got, you know, all these goods. It must be a great game. Well, it's not really a game. And I have this sneaking suspicion this developer knew that as long as they could get this on Wikipedia, they didn't need to care about anything else.
Yeah.
They didn't have an interest. They locked all this shit. Funnily enough, PC Gamer gave it a 74. They must not have, like, their gift box must not have shipped or it got lost in shipping or something. I know that's kind of the joke some people have been saying. But
PC
I think
Gamer usually, well, everybody, because like go to the mixtape page for Steam. They share it. Every game developer, and this is the thing, gamers, actual gamers, not casuals, not shills, not reviewers, air quotes here, journalists, but gamers have a problem with. This is what they find suspicious.
Why do I have to do this? This is fascinating.
Yeah.
I was born in 1903. Themes,
strong language. Yeah. But scroll down. There, that.
Yep, this too. This is all they wanted.
That tells you, everyone says it's a 10 out of 10. It's a 3-hour walk simulator. But for $20, you could play what Karis played last week, a blockbuster simulator game that has more content for the same price. $20. What was that game called?
Retro Rewind.
Yes, you played Retro Rewind for $20. and that has more content. Yet this is a 10 out of 10. Yet you don't interact with it. It has no rules. It has no conflict.
I just realized it might fail at one particular aspect of the game design. Since you mentioned it enough times, I don't know if there's a fail state.
That's why I mentioned in the video. Yeah, there's no fail state.
Well, no, there you can work yourself into a corner, into a fail state if you hire an employee.
Yeah.
And that employee has a rate, and if you make $0 and you end the game, or you don't make enough money to pay them, there probably is a conditional fail state there, and I don't know if the game resets. But it's something that you have to intentionally work your way into getting to that point.
Yeah. Well, all simulators like that type of gameplay has that. Even Farm Simulator, you have to make poor choices.
Yeah.
And a fail state there is a wasted time and investment.
Yeah.
Right. And you have to fix that to get the superior state, so you can get the better ratings. You can because it's a farming simulator. It simulates being a successful farmer. So therefore, the fail state is being a horrible farmer, someone who spends all his money on gear that he doesn't need, or doesn't pay attention to the prices for the market, that kind of thing. Same with retro rewind, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get those Bruce the die trying thing when it becomes a blockbuster, you're gonna miss out on some sales, right? You're gonna miss out on some things. It simulates running a business, but makes it fun and entertaining, where you have to make decisions, right? Just like when Blockbuster made some poor decisions that Netflix made that was good and end up shutting down, except for the one store in Alaska. Which I want to see a comeback of Blockbuster type stores. I want to see that back. Because, Gen Z, the generation after us, they're trying to buy physical media. They're buying records, cassettes, CDs.
They're buying all kinds of stuff. They're buying old credit cards that are no longer usable by companies that went defunct 20 years ago. And they're just like, look at this cool thing I could.
There was 3 years ago, there was an article where they were wishing shopping malls would make a comeback. They wanted the shopping mall experience. They want to go out places. They want to do things. This has no experience. Even anyone from the 90s that grew up in the 90s would tell you this would not happen. Like, for example, one of the popular scenes is the ending scene with that Asian girl, right? She burns down a building. Her dad's a cop. And she says to her dad, "You got to listen to me." I'm going to tell you right now, the 90s dad would have arrested her on the spot, even though that's his daughter. I'm just going to say it. He says, go do your own thing. Like, go away. Right? He says, just go, be free. Go. This scene. She burned something. Right?
She committed arson.
Yeah, and got away with it. I guarantee you, that's a rich girl experience. That's not a 90s kid experience. We got our asses handed to us if we did shit like that. Like, there's so much in here that I'm like, this is not even a 90s experience. It's like, you like,
is this
yeah.
Is this the result of certain like, I don't want to throw shit at Hank Green. Hank Green wrote some amazing books like The Fault in Our Stars, but is this the result of people taking stories like The Fault in Our Stars and making just batshit crazy fan fictions of them, and then they couldn't get them passed as a film production, but they had money, so they said, "I'm gonna make a game." Is that how partially we got this from Beethoven and Dinosaur?
I guess. I mean, it's just funny that the game journalists want a walking sim, so they don't have to do their job, sit there and analyze mechanics. Because they focus on the story being good. They don't talk much about the mechanics. They don't talk about anything. You make a mistake and it rewinds, does it for you. I'm trying to find a.
I haven't fully ruled out whether or not there is this big inside joke amongst the majority of the journalists that the goal is to praise games that the majority of the internet would find terrible. I haven't ruled out whether or not this is like the biggest fucking long con in game journalistic history. Anita is not part of that because Anita's batshit crazy and has her own agenda. But as far as like these journalists, these fuckers down here, they all talk. They all have some kind of signal app. A bunch of them, they're all talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't ruled out whether or not this is like a big long con on us.
Well,
Because it just seems weird.
I want to point two things out. Okay. Two things out. And this is the person that the journalists, when they report on the backlash towards the ratings, they say it started from her. It didn't start from her. She's just one of the ones that points it out. But if you give me a moment, I'm going to point two things out. I'm going to get them side by side here. So that way I can do it. Because one person tries to say something, but this is why I think this person's a gamer. Hold on, let me figure out where she put it. Fuck, I lost it. Where's it at? You know what? I'll do this. I'm going to share the screen so we can all see what I'm talking about. And this is Christina Tasty. All right. Now, I hope you can hear the volume. Let me know if you can't hear her. All right. But she goes, explain why I personally hate mixtape in just under 3 minutes of totally uninterrupted gameplay.
Cutscene. We're just going to. Oh, by the way, we're going to ignore this. I'm not going to be pressing this. I'm just going to be ranting, as you can see. So this is a very pivotal part of the story where you're about to save your friend from their cop dad, or what little story there is, anyway. I say this, but I don't feel anything. Mostly because there's absolutely, like, virtually no, like, character insight. You've seen some Family Guy cutaway gags of the gang hanging together, but also, I don't need to do anything. I'm not pressing anything. She just keeps running. There's no consequence. She's going to make it regardless. I should be cool. My heart is pumping, but no. Interactivity can make a mid-story better. But this game does not understand that because it doesn't want to be a game. This is a game. This is how
Notice how she's saying interactivity. A lot
not
of
only that, you've got to focus on the fact the background going at 60 frames per second and the character is going at a janky frame rate that makes it look like she's running on 989 ms ping. And she keeps going. Still not pressing anything. She's still going. I'm still not pressing anything. It's just like all these set pieces and all these moments where your input means absolutely nothing. And I'm supposed to point at this and go, look, it's like Ferris Bueller. It's like Ferris Bueller, guys. And oh, by the way, look at the rubber ring there. Excellent. They really appreciate the fact somebody obsessed with Sony animation. We were forced to play the slushy scene, but we did not need to interact with the pivotal character moment. Well, look, there's going to be a moment here. I'm not going to press anything. Oh, she did a quirky thing, but I didn't do that. The game did that on its own. Almost like this should have been a fucking movie. Let's just keep going. This is the game, by the way. There's like 4 maybe scenes, and look at how quirky it is. They're clapping, and there's a bunch of people on the roof. It would be great if the story actually made me care about what was happening. Just in service of nothing. It pisses me off. It really does. It's like this got a 10 out of 10. Oh, this is a really nice kick. I really wish I could have failed that, or punted a wide Vikings in the 1990s. I don't know. I'm probably talking on my I don't know American football, but still, watch it go. Watch it go there. And she's almost there. I wonder if I failed or not. I wonder if by not pressing a single thing, I failed this whole chapter. It's all flash with no substance. It's all in the sake of just a bunch of collective moments. And oh, look, the next sofa. Look, she made it. She made it. I'm so stressed right now.
Yeah, as you were saying, she did not press a single button. That's 3 minutes of gameplay, and she just narrates her reaction. But remember how I said this is why I think she's a gamer? We do have and I rarely talk about this individual because I consider him irrelevant, but it's a perfect example of why I say this guy's irrelevant, because this all started because for about this guy being irrelevant because he just wants you to
Buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book.
Yes, that guy. Yes, I do have muted because I don't want to hear anything from him. But John Della Rose, all right, says, I don't know who needs to hear this, but these aren't games, they're movies. John Della Rose is like the quartering. He's a grifter. And I'm not saying the quartering just because everyone is talking about him. It's just because, well, I've already saw the quartering as a grifter, and people are realizing this now, right? So it's a perfect equation here. He says, I don't know who needs to hear this, but these games aren't games or movies. Now, here's what Christina Tasty says. This is what I say. This is why I endorse her as a gamer, because she goes, even if you ignore the dispatching minigame, the thing is, dispatch had a level of player agency, interaction. It made you, the player, feel like you had some control over how the story played out. The illusion of control that I mentioned a lot of times. Even if one of the major choices was, who do you want to make out with? There was still a choice for the player to make it a game. Mixtape had none. That's what defines the game. The player agency is a key, crucial part. The rules, the choices you make, the conflict, right? Oh, in this case, the conflict is, which character do I want to pursue? Have the protagonist choose as the love of his life interest, right? That's player agency. That's your choice. Those are the illusions of choice. The game still decides who you can pursue, right? Those are the rules. The rules are these characters are love interests. You can only try to pursue relationships with these characters, but it gives you the illusion of control, that a choice, because you can choose within those characters, right? Mm-hmm. It still has player agency. Sorry, my allergies are acting up again. So you have your player agency, you have your illusion of control, you have your choices, you have your investment in caring about dispatch. Is why people love dispatch. I haven't played the game, but I acknowledge it's a game because people tell me and they're passionate about what they can do in the game. You can hear the investment. This mixtape has no investment for the player. It goes to what Epic Mike said. I don't have his thing saved, but Epic Mike makes a valid point about how a lot of these devs and journalists were failed film critics who wanted to critique film or make film. And since they couldn't do that, so now every game has to have a cutscene like this. And it's okay for games to be interactive, have interactive cutscenes, but it still needs gameplay. This is why the journalists are trying to downplay the gamer. But have you ever wondered why everyone wants to say they're a gamer, but then they still demonize gamers? Because, well, you have it, Big Bang Theory, Nerd Culture's In, the top. I mentioned this in another video about gamers being unattractive. 125 the top search result for relationships that was trending was, I want a gamer partner, I want a gamer boyfriend, I want a gamer spouse. Those were the top relationships, as opposed to I want the bad boy or I want the money maker, this and that, right? It was I want the gamer. Gamers are cool, gamers are trendy, but they don't want to acknowledge that they don't want to do all the aspects of what it is to be a gamer. They don't want to spend years playing video games, hours playing video games, to master skill and craft, to be able to tell just by looking at a game if it's a game or not. Just like a wine connoisseur can tell you by looking at a wine bottle which is the best wine. A cinephile can tell you by just looking at a trailer, like Leonard Maltin. It was a perfect cinephile of his time. He could tell you if a show was going to be good or not. Cisco and Ebert, Robert and Ebert, those were film critics, but they were also cinephiles. Game journalists are not gamers. Therefore, this is why you get 10 out of 10s for games that flop, and yet games that they say are mid or 7 out of 7, especially like Subnautica, which was a 6 to a 7 rating on IGN,
so it must be bad.
Was the number one game sold in the market. That's just the point I was going to make on that one. Is that is that when you hear gamer and you hear people saying gamers are salty about something, right? Mm-hmm. Just point out, like, thank you for acknowledging you're not a gamer. Just say that. Watch what happens. A lot of people say, "Thank you for." They'll say, "Well, you just took this guy's thing out of context." No, if he said gamers are salty, he's taking him or herself out of the equation. When we start as gamers start noticing that, yeah, we're not superior. We're equivalent to cinephiles and onophiles. We're not being elitist. We know what makes a game a game. It's okay to be a casual, right? It's okay to like games and play them. It's okay to like mixtape. I may not like it. It's okay to like it. That's your personal taste. That's not cinephile. That's not being a gamer. A gamer is acknowledging the quality of the mechanics, acknowledging the traits that makes a game a game.
While you were talking, I was bouncing back and forth, and I no longer think this is a troll, because I now realize we're essentially dealing with the Tommy Wiseau of video games, probably.
Ooh.
Johnny Galvatron is the writer and director of Mixtape.
Mm-hmm.
If you look up this guy, this is someone who has not been able to move on from an era that they probably never got to fully experience. This guy seemingly is stuck in the 90s. He actually he was a creative director for another game called The Artful Escape. And it's about a kid living the shadow of his once great and famous uncle must go on to a galactic journey of music and self-discovery to become his own version of a legend. This is a personal project. That's all it is now. I have now gotten everything that I need to know about Mixtape. It's a fucking personal project that had a shit ton of money back behind it, and they had all yes people. They had no one questioning anything.
Well, it's like it's here. It's like this is a huge problem. Like I actually found I did have the tweet. This is Epic Mike. And for people who don't know, I'm going to give you a little epic lore of Hypnotic with Epic Mike. If you ever notice Hypnotic wearing cat ears on his tier 2s and stuff, that was suggested by Epic Mike back in 2024. So Hypnotic's cat ears thing is from Epic Mike. He suggested you should do a cat ears as a tier 2. We called it the Hypnotic phase originally. Yeah, this is before he went from tier 1 was live action model. Like if you got to tier 1, you'd see his live action version, and tier 2 was he put on cat ears. Now he's a full blown VTuber. But he says a bunch of theater kids who couldn't break it to Hollywood got jobs writing for game studios. What you were talking about, right? But they don't give a shit about video games. They want to make movies. There's nothing wrong with games wanting to be cinematic, but it has to be combined with good gameplay, and most of these games are unplayable or glorified cutscene simulators. Epic Mike knows the difference between a game and a movie, just pointing that out there. So there is a difference between a gamer and someone who plays games. But I didn't know if you wanted to show your thing, because I didn't see it change. So I was showing mine. You don't have to.
I was trying to find... I mostly just found like one of them, like I have it inverted so it would just flashbang me. I'll do the IMDb for the Artful Escape. Hopefully,
if they were going to do something like this, they could have done it a much better story than about 3 teenage losers that had no aspirations to do anything with their lives.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm now convinced this is just a personal project. This should have been a film, like what's her name was saying. Everything about that last shot is a Spielberg oneer. That's exactly how you would do that. You would take a camera and you put it on a big old track, like you'd rent all the track that you could from every studio in the LA area, and you just run this big old track, and that's what you have, all these crazy gags. And who knows, you might actually, there's a few ways where you can take the camera from like a car and quickly dismount it and run and then put it on the track. Like there's some cool things you can do with that. But that is a Spielberg oneer shot that would have been done as the last big pivotal moment of like a Fault in Our Stars style film. They probably got rejected from that plot for this from every studio. and got desperate. And he's like, well, I want to do this. I'm an artist. And so they went to and made it into a game. But this is Johnny's previous thing, which I don't know if that cover says anything about. This is the YA story.
Yeah. But I think I would say I think we've covered what makes a game more than one time.
The horse is now ground meat, and it has now been squeezed out.
Yeah. So that leaves for everyone else who's watching this, and I guarantee you most of the people that are watching this are on our side of the camp that says, games have a required taste, a required trait. This a gamer isn't. But there are people that say, for example, a true gamer will play only PC games, or PS1 is the best. Yes, I make snarky jokes about PC Master Race, but those are a matter of taste, right? Those are a matter of taste. Like Ferrari and Lamborghini, right? They're good quality car companies, right? They're famous for that, right? Mm-hmm. But to say a car enthusiast would only like Ferrari or only like Lamborghini or Chevy or Ford, whatever, those are tastes. You're not going to call a Power Wheels a fucking car just because it looks like a car. There is requirements and traits. Does it have a V6, V8 engine? Does it have this? Does it have that? Right? Does it have a VIN number? Does it take diesel? Like there are traits for a car, right? In this case, the gamers are the ones that called out mixtape as not a game. And the journalists and influencers, the people that support it, got exposed. And there's more coming out about it because instead of saying, you know what, we fucked up, or we actually like this, and it may not be a game, but we give it 10 because we like this. Like instead of coming clean about it, people are like, okay, now you're gaslighting it, so that means we need to look more into it. And they find more, and they're going to find more. Just like with the quartering, when the quartering and Chrissy Mayer and Melanie Mack, who's also not a gamer, comes out and says all these things, right? And then gaslights everybody. People dug in more into it to prove their point. And they would find things. They don't cherry pick. They find things, right? Same with gamers. But that being said, I think we are at time. So I'm going to give everybody their last final thoughts on what makes a game, and which is a game, mixtape or Subnautica. And if you agree with IGN or you disagree. And then we're going to go into games we find interesting.
I was almost going to be a troll and say mixtape the game, but
and banned. We only have gamers here. So, Bo, game or not game?
Not a game. It's just a story. It almost reminds me of the afternoon stories we'd get, little cartoons we'd get when we come home from school back in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Yep.
And it was about three teenage losers who had no aspirations in life to do anything with it.
Yeah, even the videos that the movies that were inspired, that mixtape was inspired from, those teenagers that were losers still had aspirations, dreams, and goals. Even one indie film, I think I consider an indie film, I think it was called SL Punk, about the punk scene in the 80s. It had a lot of punk musicians and stuff like that. Yep. That's what the story of this game of mixtape reminds me of, is that, but they had aspirations. The main protagonist, for example, he goes into law and says, maybe I can take out the system from the inside. Right? Like
that's my goal.
Yeah. There's goals. It may be a little extreme, but but it's also a coming of age story. They matured. They went from teenage losers into protective members of society. Right? Mixtape will never be a game. Sorry, guys. You can unsubscribe for me all you want. I already lost 2 subscriptions since I made that video. But oh no, I care.
One of them was IGN was secretly subbed to you.
I will just. Oh no, when I covered Black Myth Wukong, I covered how Rebecca Valentine, one of IGN's writers, how she slandered Game Science, the people who made the game, right? That Myth. since she lied and Chinese people actually translated the actual words that they were using, right? I said she could actually be sued by the game devs for slander because it's even though they succeeded, she significantly impacted their game sales and reputation. She could have sued for slander. Well, the next thing that happened, I never talked to her, I never tweet her, nothing. I just mentioned, this lady from her IGN profile. I went to record another video later on about her and found out she blocked me, and I wasn't monetized. This was when Black Myth Wukong was coming out, all that stuff, right? So yeah, I forget where I was going with that, but no, I don't care about I care about getting subscribers. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be hung up on it. I'm not going to go buy subscribers. I'm not going to go steal someone's content. I'm just going to speak my mind, and the people that want to support my content and pay me money, they'll do it, and then I'll yell at them for paying me money.
Exactly.
So yeah, we're going to start with games we find interesting. So I think we have Carrots up first, and then it'll be Bo, and then me. So, what the hell is this galaxy?
This is Hell Galaxy. I went and watched before. I am obviously not going to play the audio because it looks badass, but I love the art style of this. Real quick, I'm pretty sure it's cyberpunk. Some games don't actually say, but yeah, this looks cyberpunk as hell. You can build your own ship. I don't know what that guy was, but your ship looks insane. There's so much glitchiness that seems intentional. There's a section, I'm waiting for them to show it, where you can customize your own ship. There it is. You put weapons, engines. You can go fight other ships. I imagine you can pillage the ships. But yeah, big monsters, whatever the hell that is, that's like something out of a Thanos storyline. Like everything about this just looks so grungy and broken down. Tron also comes to mind. Everything, like all the lights are very bright. But I love this dirty, grungy world. Like everything's just slapped together with duct tape and Band-Aids. It reminds me of a very bright, vibrant version of the 90s era Super Mario Brothers movie. Like everything was rough and every piece of metal looked like it would just cut you and make you bleed. But yes, yes, it is now in early access. You can get it for $15.99. It's a promotion too, 20% off. So I'm probably going to get that one and take a look at that because, there's another trailer and I don't know what is going on with this world. Like sometimes with this, you can kind of like watch the trailer and figure out the story. I don't know what the story is. It's like, I don't know, class of 1999. It's something batshit crazy, but that is very interesting to me.
Indeed. All right. And then we have, Bo, do you have yours out ready?
No. I was drunk.
Every so often I look over at the Photoshop what you did with googly eyes for the mixtape. I think, is that what they did for the cover?
No, I did that because look who's behind her.
Yep.
Yeah, I did the whole thing was going to be Subnautica. Even before you mentioned that video thing, I was like, I knew it was going to be Subnautica because it's like, okay, this is a highly anticipated game. I already had all these notes. I was like, it's a highly anticipated game, and it's fucking awesome. And well, it's like we were already going to talk about it in relation to what makes a game a game. Yeah. So there's that. I really did, like I told you before off screen one time, I was going to cover it. I need to start keying, but after I got all the facts and separate the facts from the claims, because when I make my videos, I want it to be accurate. I don't care about being morally right. I don't care about being the first one to say it. If I'm going to be the first one to say it, I want it to be factual, so it can't come back to haunt me later. And there's probably some where I have messed up and misspoke, or have said stuff, because of my TBI and my mixing things up. But I want to mitigate as much as possible. So when someone says, "Oh, you said this," like, you know what, you're right, I misspoke on that one. This is what I actually meant. Thank you for catching it. Right? Show some humility and some, ethics. Right? Yeah. So both. I guess you don't have one. That's fine.
No, not really, because I've been so into Conan. I
Yeah,
don't really
that's
look
fine.
for anything else right now.
Conan's good.
That's fine. Conan's good, but the
Conan
latest is
Exiles
enhanced. Yeah.
enhanced.
Get
But,
your enhanced booties.
I stumbled across this not by looking on Steam, not by some indie game studio sharing their work. I was looking for a video to watch, and this was in my suggested feed. And some people have made videos on it, but I thought it's interesting because, well, it reminds me of that song, "Everyone's Kung Fu Fighting."
Oh boy.
Dead as Disco. All right. No, what I saw Michael Jackson beating people up to the tune of "Smooth Criminal." I was like, "Oh, that looks like fun." I kid you not. We're obviously also not going to do it, but yeah, it's like Dance Dance Revolution or stuff like that, but you're beating people up to the beat of the music.
It's like Kung Fury,
Yeah.
that weird synthwave parody film with David Hasselhoff.
Mm-hmm. It has a bit of the Guitar Hero story too, because it's martial arts meets music video in Dead as Disco, a neon drenched beat 'em up, where every punch, kick, and combo syncs to the music, kind of like the Crypt of the Necro Dancer. It's another gameplay that goes to the beat of music, right? Join Charlie Disco on a quest to confront villainous idols and reunite the band. Now, this type of gameplay mechanic, right, it comes from Rockstar and Guitar Hero, where you hear the music, right, but you have to press certain key beats, right, to the music to actually make the music play. If you fail the game. So here, they just, instead of pressing the key beat notes, you're pressing the key beats for the disco dances to beat people up, which I'm like, you know what? I actually am going to try this game. It came out May 5th, so earlier this month. Overwhelmingly positive. I saw Hitno made a video on it, but I'm still going to say I saw this first because it suddenly came out all of a sudden. Even as a disco, this DLC, I did not see a demo, because otherwise I would have tried the demo. It sold 100K in 48 hours.
For $20, though, that's a pretty reasonable coin to flip.
Yeah. And they say this for early access Dead as Disco. It brings light to combat fantasy, so many of us have had brought into the beat of our favorite killer tracks. Only through failure feedback can we fulfill this potential of the shared fantasy. So yeah, how many times have you been pumped up? You want to punch it in front of the music that you listen to? That's what they're saying. But I don't see anything for AI. For all of you AI people out there, like, yeah, AI. I don't see anything in there. I don't know. We're looking for it, but yeah, it looks like a really good game, right? I'm thinking about getting it for $20.
This kind of feels like a really complicated version of Mavis Bacon or like Mario teaches typing. Like, imagine if we had something like this where the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog and you had to type all that out to this badass fight scene. Like, typing would have been more fun in the 90s.
Yeah, you would
Put that in their mixtape.
Yeah. It has player interaction. It has to win fail state. So there's that. There's player interaction. Like, people, like, imagine playing Smooth Criminal and beating people up.
Well, we probably did that at some
shot by
point.
Smooth Criminal. Those are all beats that you have to press to the beat for the game. I saw it on a YouTube video, and I was like, that's actually a fun looking mechanic. That looks like fun.
This
I'm not
must have
saying
been
beating
a
people up is
pain.
fun. I'm saying a game where you beat up bad guys, to be clarified, to the sound of music is the equivalent to beating people up while wearing headphones in your hand or working out in a gym, right? Punching a punching bag, right?
Mhm.
Listening to Minecraft music or Smooth Criminal, whatever, right?
C418, just as you're
I've
getting back.
actually seen gym rats, right? Because I do go to the gym. I do try to get in and stay in shape. I try. I've seen gym rats that listen to Minecraft music while lifting weights.
Forget punching the tree. I'm gonna punch a bag IRL.
Yeah, and it's not it's like in Minecraft it doesn't have a lot of edgy pumped up music. It's like easy listening music.
Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, that's my game. That is Disco. I'm actually probably going to stream it tomorrow. I'm buying it. I've been waiting. I wanted to play it as soon as I saw it. So we'll see. We'll see. Because I'm also loving Subnautica.
Yeah, that really has just kind of hijacked all of our lives for the time being.
I haven't made any
I'm
videos
not.
because of that.
Yeah, except Bo, you've
Hold
been in
Bo, you said something?
you said
Well,
not
somebody
mine.
said something about Subnautica hijacking your lives. That's not the one that's hijacked mine.
Oh, you said not mine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
We'll let you know when they add the big booty option. We'll try
With
luring
the
you in with that.
physics. And if they don't add the physics, I'll let you know if there's a mod for it. What? KCD had a mod for physics. I told Bo about it. He still didn't play.
That's true. That is true. It'll be one of the things that it'll drop the IGN score even lower because they'll revise the review and they'll say, this is sexualization. You're damn right it does.
All right. So we're going a little over. So we're gonna go around the table and say what we got going on. So Karis, what you got going on, buddy?
First half of next week is probably going to be busy because I'm doing credentialing and flying, but I would like to get back into Abiotic Factor before that completely distracts my mind. I put a video out literally this morning, and it's such a good format that I'm probably going to start experimenting with that a little bit more. Maybe every 2 weeks, putting a sales and new releases video out, something that I can do in one day. That at least I can cover what is coming out and not feel like a jackass of, talking with the developer for weeks or months on end, and then their game comes out and I completely missed it because everything else came out. So I think I'm gonna try and work on smaller stuff, but still Abiotic Factor. I'm gonna play Subnautica 2 more. Deadman messaged me last night asking if I wanted to play, but it's like, working on stuff. So I may cut off and some. I would have as well if I wasn't working on the video. But yep, I wanna do some more of that for a little bit until something else distracts me.
Yeah. Awesome. And Bo, by the way, I forgot to acknowledge. I did tell you to chat, but you made some more video content that like tips and tricks on Conan Exiles, which I think actually was more your speed. It actually was pretty interesting. But
Just about how to increase your. I found how to increase your build radius from storage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, what you got going on this week, buddy?
Just probably more Conan Exiles, but I told y'all behind the scenes some things going on. I may have to make a trip out to Florida soon. So,
yes, we've heard about that. And if you have to make it, let us know. And we wish you well. I also believe you should be. I thought you weren't around. I thought you were you were still covering sports.
Sports is over, but all that stuff going on, like I was talking about behind the scenes, it's taking its toll on things.
Yeah, but yeah, if you got to take care of personal things, you got to take care of personal things, and y'all, as we all know, we're all here on DragonCast. We're here for you both. You know that.
Other than that, I try to do something else besides Conan Exiles. But my mouse just automatically clicks on it right now. I can't stop it. It just does it.
Hey, that's fine. There are people who will play another game, right? It becomes a meme. It's like that meme with that dude. It shows the scene of a dude with a shovel, and he has this really serious look. And then next thing is games I've already played 7 years ago, right?
Yeah, I want to do Pragmata. I bought it, started messing around with it, and then Exiles updated.
Yeah, it happens, dude. I've been trying to get to Pragmata myself. I haven't even bought the game. I had the demo. I haven't even bought the game. I already know what the ending's going to be like, but still, I want to play the game. It looks fun. I don't care about the story. I mean, I do, but I don't. I want it, like I'll play it even if I know the story. If the gameplay's fun. So yeah. So but some people they have a game they're stuck on for a while and they go through that phase. Which I mean, what other game's gonna let you take a girl clubbing and convince her to be your friend, and work for you and stuff? Make you
dress up in a bikini for me all the time while I'm building buildings.
Yeah. And it's not officially an eroge game. You just make friends. You can take a girl to a club and not be.
Their bikini's totally lore friendly.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. All right. As for me, yes, as y'all know, I've been trying to do streams. I have some things going on in my own life because my son's going through the end of his school year, and then I had a lot of things going on. Plus, I'll be coming clean with some of y'all. Well, yes, I did have some real life issues. Yes, I had some real life issues that would happen, like inclement weather or something like that would happen. I was the guy that had to deal with my grandfather's will, which took a whole year. By the time January hit, it was no longer I didn't have the time to stream games. I had plenty of time. But as soon as I sat down with that controller, I just started becoming an emotional wreck. All that stuff was just coming out all at once. So I was like, I can't stream. But I've been streaming this past week. So I did Conan Exiles, I did Subnautica, I did Paranormal Cleanup, and you're gonna see me doing more. Just means I might not be doing a lot of video content. Now, I've also been trying to cover game updates like Abiotic Factor I covered, which hit over almost 3,000 views. So, and that's not negative. It's just here's the facts of the game. So yeah, positive content does work. I might cover some gaming news, but like I said, I'm trying not to cover too much drama. So
there's a lot of that.
I that's why I figured I'd just rather mention her today rather than do a video on her. And I'm trying to get the next video of the Dragon Art Games release. So this case, the Arcade Panic and the Golden Age of Arcade. Before I cover what might kill my channel, Custer's Revenge. And then I'll just after that, I think it should speed through the 80s controversy should speed through with smaller content before I hit the 1990s Night Trap Senate hearings. That's going to be interesting. That might actually have to be a 3-part video, just of how much content is there, unless I can streamline it. But yeah, so there's that going on. Thank you everyone for stopping by in the super chats. And I also want to say, if you find a game that you want us to cover or want us to look into or recommend, or think we should know about something within the gaming community for Milestones, Dragon Bytes, whatever, let us know in our Discords individually. Ping us on Twitter. You can always find us. Our socials are in the description. Because, we want to share out that there's actual good games and games that deserve a hype rather than an interactive movie trying to pretend it's a game because it identifies as a game. You can identify as a game all you want. You're still at the end, interactive media. With that being said, thank you for everybody for coming and play the games your way and happy gaming, everybody.
You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.